A very good morning to one and all, and a warm welcome for Day 2 National Youth Conference, tradition of modern and integration of modern and traditional nutrition approaches towards health and well-being, important challenges and solutions, organized by Department of Clinical Nutrition and Dietetics, Sri Devraj Aras Academy of Higher Education and Research. Hope you all are doing well and had a great breakfast. We now begin with our day 2 plenary session of the conference. Now I request Mrs. Shobha, critical care dietitian and research scholar, Department of Clinical Nutrition and Dietetics, Sri Devraj Aras Academy of Higher Education and Research, to introduce our chairperson for today's plenary session. Over to you, ma'am.
Good morning. Thank you, Anjali. I would like to welcome Dr. Sharad, who is an associate professor in the Department of Cell Biology and Molecular Genetics, Sri Devraj Aras Academy of Higher Education and Research, Poland. He is also a senior fellow in the Department of Pathology, School of Medicine, University of Washington, USA. Sir holds a good number of scientific contributions, and he has published 23 publications to his credit in UGC approved journals. He has patented 3 of his projects, and he holds a protein data bank. And Sir has also guided research scholars, 6 research scholars he has guided, and he holds professional membership of Society of Biological Chemists of India and Indian Society of Human Genetics. I request Dr. Sharad to chair the session and introduce the speaker, Dr. Geeta Dharma. Thank you.
Hello, Dr. Sharad, sir. Sharad, sir, am I audible, sir? Hello. Sharad, sir.
So, shall I introduce Shobha? Shall I introduce speaker now?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. So, thanks, Shobha, for the introduction. And today, the first session, we have with us a distinguished speaker, Dr. Geeta Dharmati from Pune. So, we have a very distinguished person who is a registered dietitian and also a nutritional researcher. She has both consultancy work and also research work in the various aspects of nutrition. She is the director and founder of Geeta NutriHeal Consultancy. She is a teacher, professor in various institutions like Tilak Maharashtra University and SVT College Mumbai and Symbiosis Institute of Health Sciences Pune. She has also had many important leadership roles. She was the past president of the Indian Dietetics Association of Pune chapter, and she has also had a distinguished career. She has been a recipient of several awards, gold medals in her various academic ventures. I think with this background, we can be sure that we will be having a very interesting lecture and thoughtful insights from Dr. Geeta Dharmati. So I'd like to invite Dr. Dharmati to present her enlightening talk.
Thank you, sir. Namaskar.
Yes.
It's wonderful to have all of you in this pandemic in Pune and all over the country. We are facing everything, worst and negative thoughts. I think this kind of education, academic, and more insights bring more life to whatever we're doing sitting at home. Though virtual, I think this is a great learning platform. I congratulate the organizing committee to have thought so wonderfully to blend 2 thoughts together a modern dietetics thought and an alternative way of looking at ethnic and our own alternative medicines. And combining these two, can we really make a difference to contribute to the science of this country and the nutrition science, definitely. Thank you very much, sir. And it's indeed a privilege to be talking today among such an august audience. I'm sharing my screen. I hope my screen is visible.
Not yet, ma'am.
Yes,
it is.
yeah, thank you so much. Yeah. So as our chairperson mentioned, I'm dietitian by profession. I'm clinical nutritionist. I've done my PhD in clinical nutrition. But more than academics, I'm a parallel as a visiting faculty, but my whole experience and expertise is in practicing nutrition science, application nutrition science. Topic is very interesting today that I'm doing a lot of molecular nutrition. I think nutritional genomics can be more differently termed as molecular nutrition. And we are into a nutrition science which talks about macros and micros, but will a new way of looking this nutrition science will help us to address modern dietetics? Why not give a different thought? This half an hour, I think I'm going to introduce you all, or I should say sensitize you to a different thought process. Just sit back and just think what I'm saying rather than too much putting efforts on theory or research papers and all. But I want you to think differently, that are we looking modern dietetics in a different manner? Can we do that? Can that bridge a gap? Because it was long ago spoken by our own father of medicine, Hippocrates, that we should look at food medicine. And today, I think when we're talking about immune system, when we're talking about so many things and superfoods and immune nutrients, so many aspects coming in the news, media, research, talking about miracle support in foods. And what are we doing? What are we identifying in that? Are we looking at bioactive components of the food to help me out? Why am I highlighting curcumin and pepperin? Why am I highlighting tulsi? What are the components in these and why am I getting into this and what role do they play in it? Because modern dietetics don't talk about all this. They say eat good macros, they say eat balanced diet, they talk about RDA, they talk about EAR, but how differently can we bridge these two is what I'm trying to sensitize you today. Because friends, I think all of you remember that when we say that food was my medicine in 400 BC when it was promoted, we came a long way from there, from looking food as medicine to macros, to the food biochemistry, which we call it as nutrition biochemistry, and all of us have that in our curriculum. And unfortunately, that is read most of the time, which I also did in my academics, that I started looking at it as more of exam oriented, draw the cycles and leave it there. Today, I know that these biochemical cycles, these chemical cycles, these molecules of carbon, oxygen, nitrogen, double bonds, redox reactions, oh, they have so much to talk to me today in my own human system. And that is what I think we are ushering ourselves into a newer biological era. This biological era, today we can relate it to genomics era. And somewhere I've started looking my body differently. I've started looking my imbalance of the metabolism through stress. It is very simple to understand. If I have a small acne, there is some stress. It can be a premenstrual hormone cells from a female. It can be simple dermatological stress, skin issues, overproduction of oil. It can be any stress. Identifying the stress in my body is more important. I'm sure doctors here, medical experts here who are attending the sessions will absolutely believe with me that today's pathy treats only your symptoms. Gynecology and surgery is the only area where you have a lot of intervention to do. But when you look at a medical management, it is very difficult because everything is etiological. Why does COVID has no proper treatment? Because everybody behaves differently. I may be asymptomatic, I may be symptomatic. I may have comorbidities and symptomatic. I do succumb to the infection very fast. I can take the infection wonderfully and come out of it. Why is it so different? It is different because underlying metabolic stress, inflammatory stress, oxidative stress, my body reacts very differently to it, and it is very, very individualized and personalized. So I think, yes, we are looking at an internal cellular health. We are looking how my body responds to the environment, and food is one of the environmental factor. And genomics or nutrigenomics, the term itself tells us a nutrition and genomics. That means it is a study of effects of food and food constituents on gene expressions. I'm not a geneticist, I'm not a molecular biologist. I'm a nutritionist or a nutrition expert. What I have tried to understand that, yes, I know my science, which is nutrition. I know bioactive components of the food. What am I trying to study and relate is how does the bioactive component of the food behave with my health, with my cells? And maybe we call it as gene expression, and how the bioactive components behave with my expressions. Will they change it? Will they alter it? For example, if I have a predisposition to diabetes, it runs in my family, the insulin resistance. I can't sit back and say, I'm going to become a diabetic and forget about it. Can I alter my gene expressions? I am prone to diabetes. What can I do? What can I change? I can't change my gene, friends. I can work on the expressions. I can work on environmental factors that I don't aim to gain weight. I don't want to gain my waist circumference. I'll try to work on my food components. I'll try to exercise regularly, right? And I'm moving one step ahead and see, are there any super miracles or food molecules which will help me to control my gene? This is what we call it as epigenetics, and we are trying to connect two areas together. I'm trying to connect my gene, I'm trying to connect my environment. Today, when I say gene, and I know genes cannot be altered, we've been blessed with them through our parental inheritance. But when I know, I study my genes. What do genes do? They code my enzymes, they code my hormones, they code so many chemical reactions in my body. And if I understand the nature of my gene, I can work on various chemical thought processes of my body. And why don't I look at this as a wonderful or a miracle tool then? I'm learning, I'm going internally into my cellular health and learning what are my challenges. Insulin resistance, what are the modifiable challenges? I'm not saying skin of color or hair, which we are not bothered. I am looking at, can I look into modifiable challenges? It can be anything to do with metastasis changes in my body, cellular oxidation, inflammation, and number of areas where I know that I can change my gene expressions. Can I alter? So what am I trying to work on is epigenetic strengths. I learn my genes. I see what are the areas, are drugs responsible, are nutraceuticals responsible. It can be a simple molecule like folate, very simple molecule like folate. If you have an issue of infertility, and I learn at the background that you are MTHFR, that is methyl transfer folate reductase. This is an enzyme, friends, MTHFR. This enzyme, if it is ruled by gene MTHFR, and this MTHFR is mutated or variant, a simple folate molecule will help me to have a wonderful way of looking at my fertility cycle. So a very simple application at a SNP level I'll be learning. So what am I trying to tell you is welcome to that omics world. Welcome to omics technology. We are getting deeper into a cellular health. I am learning genes. A human genome study has really given me an aura or an exposure to learn 25,000 modifiable genes, which are responsible in my body for various enzymatic, hormonal, neurotransmitter. We call it as neuroendoimmunosystem. And this gene, when it is getting translated into a new cell through transcription, through proteins, and through metabolics, at every level, I can intervene with my food molecules. I can look at bioactive components of my food to work on each level of my gene translation to metabolomics. And that is why I think each nutrition expert here has to look at cellular health. We are in an era where we have to combine so many sciences together. A plant biology, soil health to human biology is the need of the hour, friends. And we're trying to put all this in a nutshell and trying to work on nutrition systems biology. Interesting it is. I think isolated way of looking at nutrients is gone now. I can't link carbohydrate as same behavior with everybody. One molecule of C6H12O6 can behave differently with me. It can go for adipogenesis in me. It can go for energy metabolism, some other. It can go for an oxidative sugar glycated AGE, we've talked about advanced glycated influx in some other. So the nature of the sugar behavior in each one of us is varied due to various reasons, genetic behavior to the environmental behavior. And what I'm trying to do is learn my genetic, learn my environment, and as a nutrition expert, bridge the gap. Bridge the gap at various levels of either omics technology or at an environmental. And that is why I think to modern dietetics, this is a very wonderful way of looking at it from cellular health, and I would call it as molecular nutrition. And yes, friends, let's learn molecular nutrition in modern dietetics. Let's not put macros, micros, and therapies only. Let's give a different approach to a therapy. Let's combine each area of our environment, health, genes, and our other epigenetic factors and try to make a difference in your nutrition management. Because the bioactive components of the food work at a DNA methylation, histone modification, translation level. If I know curcumin is a good antioxidant or a good detox agent, but I should know at what level, because there's so much of information, green tea, curcumin, pepperin. India is a country where we have so many alternative therapies available and so many bioactive components of food in our spice box itself available. Quantity of that, how much to be used, when to be used, and is it really beneficial for me? He has used it, do I need it? Is something what I'm trying to understand. And that is why I have now ushered my thought process into a different omics, and I'm looking food as food chemistry, as foodomics. I want to unwind my omics technology with the help of a molecular biology to work on food science and looking food as an information. We look food as calories, we look food as macros, and then we don't know how the micros behave with me. I'm a non-vegetarian, but still I'm a B12 deficit. Very big question mark. Different studies talk about different things, and we now boil down to gut microbiome. What is a microbiome doing here? It's a world of organisms. These organisms, what are they doing? They're transcripting my protein information. They're trying to look at my cellular health and define my levels of dopamine, serotonin, B12, micronutrient absorption. So is it time, friends, to look food as information? Yes. Let's start looking food as information, especially when we all are struggling with diets and question marks of the diets. Why not integrate these two areas and start looking at food as a communication to our health? Can I look at a good food as communication to my health rather than looking at supplementation and nutraceuticals, a combination of food, like a typical meal, which is so close to our genes. A typical meal in every area is so ethnic. I come from Maharashtra, Pune. My culture says dal, chawal, ghee is the way I start my diet. You come from South India, you use more of coconuts or you use more of coconut oil there. That's your ethnicity. And your blend of food is according to the same. So try looking your own food culture and start looking at the molecules which your food gives you. Try digging into indigenous foods and try working on what are the food molecules. And I'm sure if every academic institute pan-India works on this, we will have a collective answer to today's current scenario of a big question mark on nutrition science. Are calories what I'm counting? 1 + 1 is equal to 2 when I count it. Is my low calorie diet so mechanical that if I give 1,000, 1,200 calorie diet, it gives me weight loss? No, it doesn't give me weight loss. I'm struggling with it. Each one of us are struggling. We don't know that the diets don't behave well. There are different diets. So we are now maybe talking about inflammaging. We are now looking at exposure of the environment as inflammation sensitivity of my body, and my body is aging, friends. So I have to now start very seriously looking into inflammation and aging. And that is why I think an academic institute like you should looking at cellular biology, molecular biology, genetic dietetics as a current way of practicing nutrition. And there's a lot of study. This is a 2005 paper. Now there's a lot of information coming up through cellular health that genetic dietetics is a future, but I would say a molecular nutrition as the future, because when I'm looking at genetics, I have only 25,000 genes. When I'm looking at molecular, I'm looking at an entire molecular scenario in the body. So the difference in modern dietetics and genetic is I'm looking one step ahead of a current scenario of conservative management from macros to micros to a personalized nutrition. Maybe it is called as designer diets. Maybe it is called as some kind of modifiable diet. One gene does not tell me anything. I should not be looking at one gene information, because there are therapies which say that one gene, we do your genes and tell you how you lose weight. You can't have one gene therapy. Your body is not defined. It's defined by n number of thought process. Genes is just 5 to 10% of its environment is 90%. So we are moving from personalized to precision nutrition, friends. Because personalized, from community to personalized to precision, and now gut microbiome specific diets are something, the new area. But to know all these, friends, we need to know a very good knowledge of microbiology. And academic institutions should emphasize application-based nutritional biochemistry, molecular biology, and microbiology. To end with, I would just like to give a case scenario, because whatever I have told may be too much of a theory for all of you who's attending, especially students. I'll give you a classic example is your simple obesity management. If I was a dietitian, calorie counting, macros for 55, 20, 20, simple, I based my typical diet plan into a macro. And I know that lifestyle is the major problem in obesity management. I try to change your calorie management. I make you eat less. I make you move more. I try to tell you, and you lose weight. But then I'm stuck at some level where I feel, okay, a person having 2 meal pattern in one scenario, right? He starts losing weight, but one person with 2 meal pattern may not lose weight. If I go deeper into it, right? When the one person who loses weight has not increased his portions, does not feel snacking, right? Calorie control was easy, discipline was easy. Person who has not lost with 2 meal pattern, his satiety was major issue. He started putting all 4 meals in one meal, which he missed. So calorie never reduced and he couldn't lose weight. So what was the difference, friends? The difference was getting inside his cellular health and seeing both people followed the same diet, but no response from one and response from second. What made the difference? Maybe the action of ghrelin. Because if it was a very typical controlled meal, I don't change my meal, I eat the way I am, and I'm missing 2 meals, I lost weight. In other scenario, I ate 2 meals, but I missed 3 meals, which bothered my mind, right? I started thinking more about food. I missed my snacks and I started secreting my ghrelin levels more. And that is why I think if I have a variant fat obesity genotype, then that fat obesity genotype is proved, it's a studied genotype, which tells me that if I have a variant genotype and if I follow a very indisciplined way of dieting or portioning control or putting too much efforts on weight loss, my tendency of weight gain is very, very high. What works for this is a 25% to 30 proteins in my diet, 25 to 30% proteins of the total calories in my diet, said to be more effective in this FTO genotype. Because the snacking tendency is also ruled by my mind. It's a neurotransmitter. It is melatonin. It is MC4R, that is melatonin receptors, which try to build more of orexogenic response. The hunger center in my brain is too hyped. I miss my meal, I make up for my missed meals. In one area, in one set of people, they don't bother about missed meals. They're very, very neutral to it. So here, the MCH levels definitely in my fasting will increase my appetite if I have a variant level. So friends, what am I trying to tell you is that I go deeper dwelling into a simple case like obesity management. I now should not be missing neurotransmitters role. I should not be missing my neuroendocrine system role, which helps me to learn that what are the genotypes which will help me to have a better weight management. Another simple in weight management, we see different diets coming up. A particular diet suits whether a particular diet doesn't suit. Are there any difference? Yes, I go inside my cellular health and see how does my body behave with a molecule of carbohydrate, molecule of protein, and molecule of fat. If I have to look at fat absorption metabolism, there are n number of genes, friends. Today, I am only sensitizing you as I have initiated in my talk, saying that I want you to think differently. I want you to go into the nutrition of the molecules and cells and learn that 2 diets, 2 people, different diets, body works differently. Who is the culprit? Fat absorption metabolism. What are those? Those are FABP. What is FABP? Fatty acid binding protein. If I have a variant fatty, the name itself suggests that fatty acid binding protein. So whenever my fat is digested, depends upon what kind of fat I have, a saturated, a MUFA or a PUFA. Absorption capacity of the protein in that meal will entirely define my adipogenesis, adipogenolysis, glycolysis. How was my calorie absorption or energy metabolism happen? Because who is going to decide is my hormones and my enzymes like FABP2, and who are regulated by these genes. So these genes tells me how does my fatty acid bind, and that is why a keto diet with a very high saturated fatty acid or a simple Mediterranean diet with a good MUFA have 2 different ways of looking at it. And you will find research promoting everything, a positive research. So somewhere in simple management like obesity, getting into deeper and understanding your molecular health will have a different way of answering your obesity management in nutrition science. If you have a metabolic syndrome patient or a client with a BMI of 32 and hyperuricemia, psoriasis, gastritis, I want to give you 1 minute to understand what kind of diet management will you do. Will you go for weight loss? Will you go for uric acid management? Will you go for, because he has autoimmune, he has uric acid, he has gastritis. If you ask me after all this session, how will I look at, I would like to take an answer from you, but I think we don't have so much of time to have a conversation or a dialogue, but would love to have a dialogue. I would say it is inflammation, friends. If you look at the series of the problems, it is hyperuricemia, it is psoriasis, it is gastritis, and it is obesity. The obesity is more of abdominal obesity, which is of fat. I would not go for a very, and that is why we don't go for a very high protein diet in hyperuricemia, because the main challenge is this acute inflammation to chronic inflammation to autoimmune. Because a simple pandemic also has taught us how the body manages inflammation. If I have a simple, any infection or an inflammation, it is an acute phase. It has to go, the fever has to go within 24 to 48 hours. If I have a larger fever for a longer duration, I start looking at maybe I'm getting from acute to chronic inflammation. This chronic inflammation may do a lot of cellular damage, and especially if I have a comorbidities with me, I'll have a lot of cellular damage, lot of apoptosis, lot of oxidative stress, but the background is my poor cellular health. What has defined my poor cellular health is my environment, my food, my lifestyle, my exercises, my deficiencies, and my very high PUFA content of the diet, which is more of pro-inflammatory. I'm not worried of giving omega-3 supplements. I want to reduce my omega-6 in the diet, because how much ever I give you supplements, I cannot go beyond 3 grams of omega-3. Then I have to look that the best way is to reduce the PUFA in the diet, to make the diet more anti-inflammatory. Why gluten is nowadays in more research and more way of looking? Because gluten is a protein, allergen, protein. These are all inflammatory, and they trigger sensitized inflammation. So we look fat as a best friend to treat it. So though it was a metabolic syndrome case and obesity management, I would look at 35% of my calories coming from fat, 15% coming from proteins, and just 45 to 50% coming from carbs. But all that is coming from carbs is more of fiber. It is around a typical 14 grams of fiber, 1,000 calories. So friends, I think what I've tried to do today at the end is try to get you to a connected dots of a nutrition system biology. We are now in an integrated systems. We have to look human cellular health interacting with environmental, with soil health, with foods. So we are now started looking at inputs from various areas of our environment and try to work on a system biology where epigenetics, proteomics, metabolomics, transcriptomics can help us to understand a human biology in a different way. There are definitely challenges by this nutrigenomics. The challenge is understanding. The challenge is academic learning of good integration microbiology. We have to change the way we look at a syllabus now. We start looking at an integrated approach from genetics, cellular health, molecular biology, and food sciences and food chemistry. I think chemistry, chemical structures, biochemical patterns are very important for us to take. We need to have a lot of ethics in this area. We need not get it commercialized. We should not look at it as a very high-end, costly mechanism. If you can't do your genetics, like in other alternative pathways, they try to take the history, the screening, and learn your body constitution. You can also do it through your screening by learning the environment, the exposure, the present scenario, and that nutrition care process, all of us have it. So thank you, friends, for inviting me to sensitize you on this topic. I hope I have done my job of bridging the gap between human system biology and modern dietetics, which is the need of the hour today. We need to put this as a policy in our public health implications. We need to do a lot of research, and I think academic institutes like you can help in building good policy. But the challenge in India is the diversity of food and the amount of exposure to the processed food industry. We should look at processed food industry in a very different manner. And I think that is going to give an answer to the current health scenario, which all of us are facing, from NCDs to the immune systems. Thank you very much for inviting me. I appreciate your time you've given to me by listening to me. I'm open to questions, and I appreciate your gesture of inviting me. Thank you so much. Over to you.
A powerful and informative session. I also thank Dr. Sharad for being here and sharing the session. We are open for questions now. Any questions, please?
Are we taking questions, sir?
Dr. Sharad?
You're on mute. Sharad, sir, you're on mute.
Sorry. Sure, but do we have time for questions or do we move to the next session? We'll be going to the next
We
session.
are open for questions. Yes, sir, we are open for questions.
Okay, there is one question in the chat box from Miss Vidya. What is can you throw light on affordability and accessibility of all these things that you spoke on?
Yeah, as I said in my talk, that these are designer diets which are coming in a very commercialized way. Should we really believe in them? I think no. Without knowing the actual science, we should not. As I said, there are 25,000 genes. And to combine all the genes and give it information to the patient, the counseling itself is a big challenge. Learn the molecular scenario behind it, learn to bridge the gap. Just by not by looking at testing, but take nutrigenomics as more of genetic information and molecular information from the screening point of view, because when you screen your patient, you have your own parameters of assessing, as like your anthropometry, biochemical, clinical, dietary, and you get a lot of answers from assessment there itself, that what is the challenge in your diet and in your environment. First, try bridging the gap, working on it. But what would I like to highlight here is the approach towards your management. Don't make it a simple macro micro calorie calculation. Start looking behind the scenes scenario and work on inflammation, metabolic stress, or some oxidative stress, and work on food bioactive components which are researched, which are connected from bioactive components to the area of application in your health. This is what I would like to say. Thank you.
So I think that was a wonderful explanation, because that's a very complicated question. And I think because one major I think what you want to convey first is to take it as a academic approach first rather than as a quick fix solution. That is one thing. So that also means there needs to be more research and not jump into the conclusions. But just because things are not complete, not abandon it, but to consider it as an ancillary material to make decisions, probably that will build further knowledge and becomes basis for research and reports that can be published also. So I think that was a wonderful approach, because I am basically a geneticist, and what has happened in the last 20 years is that we have done so much of technology driven work that has resulted in accumulation of vast information on genetic variation.
Correct.
We know that two individuals are not alike. But the fundamental problem with this data is these data are sitting in various websites and databases more as stamp collection. In the sense, we have no clue what these genetic variations actually mean. But if you go back to simple genetics chapters in people who would have studied in high school, we all started studying genetics as phenotype: tall pea plant, short pea plant, pink color, blue color flowers, type of the seeds. We never studied about that sequence, this sequence. But today, because of technology and what Madam also said, commercialization, technology-driven approach and commercialization, vested interest in that approach, we have turned genetics into purely genomics.
Correct.
We have not paid attention to the phenotype. What happens with all these things? And I think that's what Madam also wants to convey, that it should be a holistic approach. We take all the available information, and that is the fundamental problem today. Is in literature we have a lot of information, but nobody is trying to use all of them into producing a holistic picture. And I think this is something, as academicians, we should all take it up and interact and see what new solutions together we can produce. I think there are no more questions, but only
Comments.
expressions of excellence to the speaker. With that, I think we will all, on behalf of the organizers and the participants, I would like to congratulate the speaker and thank her for her presence today.
Thank you, sir. I'm humbled. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Sharad, and thank you, Dr. Gita Dharmati. Now I would request that Dr. Anis to come over and very good morning to all of us.
be chairing this session. And he has around 50 publications of national and international level. And he has chaired sessions and conferences and delivered more than 30 guest lectures and has been a resource person in national and international platforms. He is also an editorial board member of a number of prestigious journals. Journal of Orthoplastic and Global Journal of Addiction and Rehabilitation. Global Journal of Sports Ayurveda, Bhushana, and also Panchakarma. His increased best work for paper practice.
Madam, your voice is not audible at all.
It's a pleasure to have you amongst us, sir. May I now request Dr. Malagi KJ to introduce our speaker, to Dr. Mangala Gauri Rao, to our esteemed audience and carry forward the session. And I request all the participants to post your questions in the chat box. It's over to you, sir.
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir, we can hear you, sir.
Yeah. First of all, let me thank the organizers for giving me an opportunity to chair the session. And today's speaker, Dr. Mangala Gauri V. Rao, BAMS, MD, Ayurveda, PhD, Associate Professor from IMS, BHU, UP. She will be speaking on the role of Ayurveda diet in the prevention and the management of lifestyle disorders, challenges and the future. See, this is a thing which everybody is interested to know. The thing is, if you go through her, the CV itself, we can make it out. She is from the Swasthavrata background. In Ayurveda, Swasthavrata play a vital role. Okay? And to add a feather in the cap, she has got diploma in yoga also. Okay? And diploma in nutrition, health and education. Okay? And she has served in Rural Ayurvedic Medical College, Bilingual, and A.L.N. Rao Memorial Ayurvedic Medical College, Koppa also. And later on, she is now working as assistant professor in Banaras Hindu University, All India Institute of Medical Science, New Delhi. Presently, she is serving as associate professor in Banaras Hindu University. She has a teaching experience of almost more than 16 years. Professional experience 21 years, and she has been awarded with the best MD guide in Swasthavrata and Yoga and several best papers awards in international platforms. She visited Baghdad, Iraq on the occasion of the International Yoga Day 2016 and Rabat, Casablanca, Macro for the celebration of Ayurveda Week in 2018 as an Ayurveda expert. She has conducted workshop on yoga and dietetics in culinary practice in Ayurveda. She also delivered Ayurveda awareness lectures for the government, officials and local community at Iraq and Morocco. Rationalization, she is an expert, external expert for the development of lifestyle guidelines of Ayurveda for rationalization and the standardization of health promotion under the activity of the WHO, collaborating Center for Traditional Medicines, Ayurveda, IPGT DAR in Jamnagar, which is my mother institution and internal expert for development of Ayurveda diet and lifestyle protocol for the prevention and the management of diabetes mellitus and its complications. Central Ministry of Ayush, held in AIIMA, New Delhi, has Dr. Mangala Gaudi has published book entitled A Textbook of Sasavritta, The Essence of Yoga, 2011, The Essential of Nature Cure and Essential of Ayurveda for the Health. Ayurveda for the Health, to her credit. She has also written 8 chapters in the book from different publishers. She is a member of editorial board and reviewer for several journals of Ayurveda and complementary medicine. She has more than 60 scientific papers published in various international and national journals. She has completed 10 MD theses and 2 PhD works under progress. The areas of research include diet and yoga in the metabolic disorders like diabetes mellitus, obesity, dyslipidemia, allergic conditions like allergic rhinitis, asthma, menopausal conditions, effect of Medhyarasayana on the memory adjustment and aggression skills, Vega Dharana and its effect, impact of Ajaraska Rasayana. She has organized 3 international and 1 national conference as organizing secretary and conducted several workshops on yoga and diet at several national and international platforms. She has delivered keynote addresses, guest lectures, chaired the sessions, and presented scientific papers in various national and international conferences all over India and abroad. She is a member of many scientific and academic bodies. She has also organized several free health camps in Ayurveda awareness and camps in yoga in the community. Hope this much of vast experience can highlight in today's the audience, wherein she can guide the people from the topic wherein which is the need of the hour from the lifestyle management from Ayurveda angles. Over to Dr. Mangala Gaudi.
Thank you, sir, for I thank the organizers for inviting me for this conference to deliver my lecture. And as already sir has told, my area of expertise lies in lifestyle and again the various lifestyle disorders we are handling through various research works or along with that in my practice also. Like we had lifestyle clinic when I was serving at All India Institute of Ayurveda, and here also we are having the Swasthya Rakshan OPD, where we come across a variety of lifestyle disorders for the management. And again, as all of you are quite aware that Ayurveda word itself is derived from Ayu, means life, and Veda means knowledge. And again, from the Vedic time itself, that may be dated back to 1st century BC, this Ayurveda was quite popular, and the only system of management for different kinds of the disorders, whether it is chronic or it is an acute problem at that time. But due to the advent of time, gradually the modern medicine picked up, and various positive things about Ayurveda is getting forgotten. So it is a time to wake up, because this is a need of the day. Like only the medicine is not very important, but health and lifestyle are key for the management as well as prevention of various disorders that are ruling the world today, whether it is communicable or non-communicable. both the ways the diet and lifestyle is going to improve the situation. And if we think about the lifestyle disorders, especially India is becoming a hub for diabetes and capital for cardiovascular diseases and hypertension. So along with that, many other lifestyle disorders like osteoarthritis or cancers are also alarmingly increasing due to the lifestyle or stress or erroneous diet. So these need to be handled well. In the present scenario, before I stress upon what exactly is the basic cause for the lifestyle disorder, let us just know a very basic thing about what is health as per Ayurveda. In Ayurveda, always the health is a balanced state between the doshas and dhatus, along with the Agni and proper evacuation of the malas and pleasant state of mind, soul, and senses. So, this is a combination wherein the physical, mental, and spiritual parameters are clubbed together for the ideal health or the swastha. Swastha, definition of swastha has been given by the Acharya Sushruta, and present day definition of health given by WHO is also quite similar, which includes the physical, mental, and social well-being, wherein spiritual well-being is missing, but that has got a very important role which has to be which cannot be ignored. And these balanced state can be maintained by the three factors which are included in the lifestyle. One is the diet, another one is the mental status, and the lifestyle. In Ayurveda, we tell it as ahara, vihara, and vichara. These three together influence the health state of an individual. So, neglecting the other factors, because today's particular lecture is upon the diet, especially the Ayurvedic diet for the prevention and management of the lifestyle disorders. So before we go on for the diet, specific diet, certain key factors have to be always taken care of. That is, food, which food to be taken, how much to be taken, when to be taken, how to be taken, with what combination to be taken, and to get the maximum nourishment. So, if we think about in Ayurveda, it has been considered Mahabhaishajya. Food has been considered as Mahabhaishajya. That is, Bhaishajya is a medicine. That is the greatest medicine. And always, as in the definition of health itself, it is mentioned, Agni. Agni is a factor that is responsible for the digestion, assimilation, and metabolism of an individual. And at the same time, it is also helpful in alleviating the doshas if it is aggravated. So only the diet is considered among the first factor in the support system of the body for the nourishment as well as the maintenance. And whenever the diet, it has got to be consumed as per the rules, and along with the diet, the other factors of the lifestyle, it may be the daily routine or the seasonal modifications in the lifestyle, or else certain factors that we have to implement to rejuvenate our body. It is classified under Achara Rasayana in Ayurveda. Rasayana means a rejuvenating thing. And along with that, as I mentioned, diet is the factor for the prevention of communicable disease, communicable as well as non-communicable diseases, as well as management. First, let us just see how exactly, what is the pathophysiology of lifestyle disorders as per Ayurveda. Like all of you know, as per modern, so many metabolism is deranged and all other things you might have gone through in different lectures. I'll be stressing only about the Ayurvedic way, how exactly, because when I'm suggesting the Ayurvedic protocol, then always the principle what it is involved is based on Ayurveda. So we need to understand it in a Ayurvedic way also. So for that reason, as I told, Agni is a factor that is most important for the health of an individual. If it gets deranged, whether it is due to the excessive intake of food or intake of a wrong food or in accumulation of the toxin in the body, so all these factors will be leading to the derangement of the Agni. And because Agni is responsible for three things, that is digestion, assimilation and metabolism. So whenever these things are impaired, then the body tissue is not formed properly. So whether it is like in the disease like obesity, it is excess formation of fat, or in the disease like diabetes, is excess sugars, or it is in the cardiovascular diseases wherein it may be the increase in the lipid levels in the blood, or else blockage in the channels due to the deposition of the fat in the blood, that is atherosclerosis, or it may be in case of the hypothyroidism, wherein the abnormality in the functioning of the thyroid gland. So all these factors that is leading to the improper body tissue formation. And whenever there is improper body tissue formation, there is disbalance of the tissues, then it will lead to the loss of strength. The person feels weak, like most of these diseases, if you think about, some common features we can relate to the general weakness, or less ability in performance, or proneness for infections, like that. All of these things will be leading to the loss of strength, or in other word immunity also, because you see all these diseases, immunity is also affected. Because of that, already a person is having a disease and he is prone for the infections also. Nowadays you can see, if you see about the COVID-19, then most of the people with, always we are asking whether you are having any comorbidity. If you are having comorbidity, then you are at more risk. So because of, why is more risk? Because the immunity of an individual is less because of the comorbidity, and thus it is leading to the lifestyle diseases. Like this entire pathophysiology of this particular lifestyle disorders runs as per Ayurveda. Then how exactly this correction can be done? So whatever the food, if we take the proper food at with following proper rules as mentioned in Ayurveda, by giving much emphasis for our prakriti, and also the whatever the aggravation of the dosha or the dhatus, because like whenever we are speaking on the Ayurvedic term, we speak about the dosha and dhatu. So these should be rectified. So most of the times, whatever the disease, there is some obstruction in the channel, so you need the clearance of the channel, so that whatever the food ingested, it gets absorbed well and gets transformed into the whatever tissue that has to be, so that excellence of strength and immunity is enhanced. At the same time, whatever the waste has to be excreted, that is getting expelled properly, then it will lead to the health of an individual. So that is how we can bring about correction in the whatever abnormality has already set in due to the effect of a lifestyle disorder. So whatever the food has been taken, it gets converted into the nourishing part which nourishes the tissues, and then the wastes are expelled at the same time, and whenever the tissue is formed to the best, then it will be enhancing the bala and promoting the health, or if person is diseased, then it reduces the disease also. So first factor, that is, I was speaking about food. Then when to take food. So it has been always mentioned the food has to be taken on time, whether it is as per Ayurveda or it is as per modern. So, but for me, when to take the food? Timely, what does this time mean? So always it is not really the time means morning 9 o'clock and afternoon 12 o'clock. No, that is not the right time. But the right time is when you feel hungry. At that time, one has to take. And one should feel the have the feeling of lightness. So then only. It is not that only at 9 o'clock I had consumed breakfast. So at 12 o'clock I have to take another next meal, or at 2 o'clock I have to take the next meal. No, that is not the factor. But the factor is you should feel hungry and lightness in the body, then one has to consume food. It may be like ideally it has been mentioned in Ayurveda 2 times the food has to be taken, or else maximum it can be if one feels hungry, then at that time one has to be taken. Otherwise it has to be 2 times. Next, how much quantity of food should be taken? Like, as you are from the section of nutrition, you might be thinking about the calorific value and different kinds of the nutrients and other factors. But Ayurveda doesn't mention about the calories. Whatever it has been mentioned, it is the mitahara. What is mitahara? That is, in another way around, it is a moderate intake of food in the moderate quantity or in a restricted amount. So whenever we speak about the intake, it is always, as I told, based on the Agni. Like that Agni is a factor which has various variables, like it changes according to various variables. It happens sometimes when our we are not feeling very good mentally. So at that time, we don't feel hungry. So at that time, it is like our whatever digestive enzymes are not very much secreted to the maximum extent, and the food is not digested. So you're not feeling hungry, then don't take the food. And what quantity? Always it has to be, one never has to take the food to the full capacity. Like always, some space should be left empty for the action of the doshas or the process of digestion to take place. And whatever food we are consuming, it should comprise of solids as well as liquids. Like if you divide the stomach into 3 parts, 1 part with a solid, 1 part with a liquid, and 1 part should be left empty for the action of the doshas. But practically speaking, like we cannot exactly divide our stomach into 3 parts. So the basic thing what we have to do is we should never consume till we get satisfied. We should be like before we get satisfied, we have to stop eating. That is the basic principle of the intake of the food for the, and as I told, like this is a very ancient principle. This particular whatever I told, it has been mentioned in Charaka Samhita, which is one of the most ancient Ayurvedic classical textbooks. So in that it has been mentioned, and the present day research also supports these ideas. Like a study was conducted on the animals, wherein they found the reduction in the weight, blood pressure, and serum cholesterol, leukocyte count, fasting glucose, and triglyceride levels by the effect of this particular restricted diet. So mitahara is very important, and again it has been shown that the about 25% calorie restriction with or without exercise, like irrespective of the exercise, the restricted diet itself decreased cardiovascular risk, reduced DNA damage. Like always, like we consider some the mutation or a damage in the cell structure for responsible for the onset of the cancer. So that was also seen that the reduced DNA damage and preserved calcium intake, confirming that this diet does not have any negative consequences on the bone. Like we have taken less amount of food, but it doesn't have any adverse effects. So that is how we have to take. How much of food we have to take, that is based upon our own Agni or the amount of hunger we feel. It changes from day to day. Like it is not that a sedentary habit person will take this much of food. No, that is never. But always it is on that day, how much amount of hunger I am having, depend on that I have to take. And another very important thing that is mentioned in Ayurveda is Prakriti, or the body constitution of an individual. So always, like it has been seen that certain body constitution people are prone for certain diseases. So if we consume a diet that is supporting that particular Prakriti, then we can prevent lot many diseases. So the diet and lifestyle should be planned based upon our constitution. That is, personalized diet is very much important. And for that reason only, we had conducted certain studies wherein like some Prakriti specific herbal tea we tried in diabetes patients, and different kinds of the herbal tea was administered. Again, many Prakriti individuals are there, but we for the study purpose, we split them into Vata Pradhana Prakriti, Pitta Pradhana Prakriti, and Kapha Pradhana Prakriti, and then administered the herbal tea, and we got very good results, and that has been published in a journal also. So like that, the individualized treatment as well as the diet and lifestyle protocol is also very important to overcome many of the present day problems. Next thing, as I told, the Agni, like whatever is there, it is revolving around the Agni. Whatever diet we take, it is to enhance our Agni so that we are preventing the disease and enhancing the longevity. It has been mentioned to take the ginger along with the rock salt for health promotion. Like always, this can also, like we can replace the pickles, etc., whatever we use today, with this particular combination to enhance our Agni and prevent many of the diseases. And here you can see the ginger consumption can reduce the plasma cholesterol. It inhibits LDL oxidation. It inhibits development of the atherosclerosis and apolipoprotein E deficient mice. Like that, so many other studies, like if you can surf in the internet, you can get n number of studies which will say that the intake of ginger is quite good in case of many to reduce many of the lifestyle disorders. So, and again, if we think about the availability in a place like India, like healthcare is becoming so costly, and if we are consuming certain thing which is available quite economically everywhere all around the country, and that can be contributing for a community health wherever a person takes this. So it is quite a important thing. So this can be very well implemented in daily life. Then comes the other aspect, that is the intake of milk and ghee. Again, here cow's milk and cow's ghee have been advocated as per classics. But again, if nowadays we consume the packeted milk, at that time we are never sure which exactly. But ideally speaking, these cow's milk and cow's ghee are having the most beneficial effects. But as I told, practically getting them in every place is not very easy. So in that cases, like even ghee and milk can be beneficial, and they can be used with different adjuvants also. And like whenever I speak about diet, what is commonly regularly used things? Like in the modern scenario, it is in the chemical component wise, if we speak about, then carbohydrates, fats, vitamins, minerals, water, etc. All these proteins, all these things come under this category. And in Ayurveda also, at that time, it is like this is a translation of a quotation from Charaka Samhita, what I have put in this particular slide, wherein it has been mentioned that the intake of rice and barley, like at that time, the rice and barley were majorly available, and other pulses are also described. The dietary items have also been described in Ayurveda. Their properties have been very clearly mentioned. But for a representative sample, they have taken rice and barley, and among the pulses, green gram, and among the salts, it is rock salt or Saindava Lavana, and milk and ghee, and meat of terrestrial animals, and honey among the sugars. That is for the health promotion and disease prevention. These things are advocated for the daily usage. In the classical terms, Nitya Sevaniya Ahara. These have been considered among the food that can be taken daily. And if you ask me about the present lifestyle disorders, like starting from the obesity to the cardiovascular disease, I feel barley is one among the ideal substances which has been at that time advocated for regular usage, because all of you are quite aware that barley is a complex carbohydrate, and again in Ayurveda it has been specifically mentioned the roasted barley or the Brashtayava. The technical term we use is Brashtayava, wherein the barley is roasted and used. And that is used in case of diabetes, obesity, all such kinds of the diseases. So this, if we take regularly, then we can prevent it. Why not? Because like whatever we are consuming, it is a complex carbohydrate, and at the same time, green gram is considered one among the best pulses because of its light nature and easily digestible nature, and rock salt also. Like that, these all dietary items have to be taken regularly for the prevention of the all diseases. Actually, in the classics, it has been mentioned the all diseases can be prevented. Again, as I told, like I'm just going parallelly with some scientific evidences, like for that particular thing. As I told, like we keep on researching or doing some clinical studies. In our department itself, we had conducted a study on Yava-based diet and yogic practices in the management of the diabetes mellitus. So, and again, there are so many other studies also. This study we had conducted. So, just I'm sharing with this particular my practical experience, wherein we got very good results with this Yava based, or Yava is barley, so based diet that is commonly used food item. Then comes, as I told, usage of the milk. Again, as I told, like always, the cow's milk, whether it is available in today's life, we never know. So the properties of cow's milk and the properties of buffalo milk are a bit different. So like when we are not very sure which kind of a milk we are consuming, so we can subside certain things which may be aggravating in different other kinds of the milk through the usage of the this turmeric is again one among the wonder dietary items, wonder spice we can tell. So it can prevent wide variety of the non-communicable diseases, as well as it is a very good antimicrobial and so many what and what not. So that can be used, and along with that, pepper, black pepper can be used, so that like if it is buffalo milk, then it is as per Ayurveda we tell it is heavy, and it can more fat amount is there in that. So this can counteract the effect of that particular fat, because this black pepper, as per Ayurveda, is having a property of channel cleansing effect. At the same time, ginger also. So, and allergy conditions, again, turmeric and ginger can be used. And so like that, the adjuvant we use can modify the property of that of milk. Then what drink we can have? That is, one thing is buttermilk, milk, and water. So these three kinds of the drinks are very good in case of the non-communicable diseases. And about the milk, already I have highlighted because it is the best rejuvenator. And about buttermilk also, like the process, like in Ayurveda, we always tell, especially in case of the lifestyle disorders, we contraindicate the usage of curd because it is heavy, and at the same time it coats the channels. So that will lead to the different kinds of the complications. So for prevention of those complications, the always usage of the buttermilk is encouraged in place of the curd. So as per the modern researches, the process of churning has shown to modify the properties, and it is very much helpful in reducing the tumor also, because it has got the anti-tumor factor, oncosuppressor factor is present. So always the buttermilk is more in relished one, or it is more advocated compared to the usage of the curd. And along with that, whey proteins and peptides derived from the whey protein shows positive impact on the decrease of the concentration of the triglycerides and total cholesterol in the blood serum, leading to beneficial alterations in the plasma lipid profile from the atherogenic to cardioprotective. So cardioprotective action is present. So like that, the various beneficial effects have been even scientifically proven. Ayurveda also advocates, and scientifically also it has been proven through the different researches. Next, as I told, always the spices, like in Indian food, spices have been used generously, and again, different varieties of the spices are used depending on the regional influences. All these spices are quite, most of these spices are having pungent and astringent in the taste, and they help in the reducing the coating in the channels. And at this, many of these spices also have the antioxidant properties, so they can be very well helpful in the prevention as well as cure of the diseases. And they are also helpful in diseases like dyslipidemia, obesity, diabetes mellitus, neurodegenerative disorders, cardiovascular disorders, and a long list is there. You can just see in different already published research articles these kinds of the effects by the usage of the different spices. But again, here, how much quantity of the spices should be used? It depends on, like, whenever we are using spices, it should never overpower the natural taste of the vegetable or the fruit we are seasoning the spice with. So always that much of the spice should be used. Excess is not good for the health. And again, different kinds of the vegetables. Like, again, whenever we speak about the vegetables, as I told, Agni. And again, I'll come for the basic thing what we have started the discussion with, that is the Agni. So this particular Agni can be correlated with the factors in the like hepatic activity. So this all dietary items, it may be mint, or it may be the bitter gourd, or the ridge gourd, or this cucumber, or different kinds of the spices like pumpkin, sorry, different kinds of the vegetables like pumpkin, or even the shigru, we tell it as, or the drumstick, or spices like garlic and the onion. All these things, they are having hepatoprotective property as per the modern researches also. Like Ayurveda, we tell they enhance the Agni. Like the mint leaves, as you are seeing, it is one among the spices also. At the same time, it is being used very commonly in different kinds of the chutneys, etc. So these are having Agni Vardhaka property as per Ayurveda. But at the same time, the modern researches and even the vegetables like brinjal or curry leaves, etc., they are all having the hepatoprotective activity. This article quotes different hepatoprotective activity that has been proven through the researches, and collectively it has been mentioned. So like that, these vegetables should be included in the diet. And again, one among the items that have to be used daily, like previously they used to tell an apple a day keeps the doctor away, but as for today's scenario, more than apple, I feel amla a day keeps the doctor away, I can tell, because it is a very good rejuvenator. As per Ayurveda, it alleviates pitta and reduces the burning sensation and hyperacidity. At the same time, it is a very rich source of vitamin C and antioxidant. And many researchers, if you see, like this is only one research I'm quoting, but you can see n number of researches on wide variety of effect. Indian gooseberry or amalaki, which we call it as, or amla in Hindi. So that is got. And here you can see the cardioprotective effect. It is very good in diabetes. It is very good in for eye disorders. So long list is there. Entire class I can take on the effects of the amla, and this has been also quoted as one among the foods that has to be taken regularly. Along with that, as per Ayurveda, grapes is considered among one among the best fruits, and it is helpful in cough, breathing disorders, asthma, weakness, anemia, burning sensation in the body, etc. And it is also proven through many researches. It is having a cardioprotective effect also, and it is having the resveratrol antioxidant that is derived from the grapes, and it is having nephroprotective effect, and like again long list is there. So like that, again, this is one among the very commonly available dietary item. Like the Indian gooseberry is one among the very economical one, but grapes is a bit costlier one, but still affordable one. And like that, we have pomegranate. Again, it is one among the very good fruit for the protection of the heart, and it also reduces kapha and pitta, so it can be taken in respiratory tract disorders like COVID-19, etc. Even all these things whichever I have mentioned, they are even good in case of the COVID-19, because they all enhance the immune power, and again they are good for the respiratory and cardiovascular system. And along with that, there are certain things that have to be avoided in the regular usage. That is the concept of viruddha. Certain combinations are not good together, or certain way of cooking is not good. That is boiling of buttermilk, or deep frying of the already fried food items, or adding honey to the hot water, or intake of the non-vegetarian items with milk, honey, sesame, jaggery, or radish, etc. Or usage of the hot water with the food, usage of cold water with the ghee and oily food, or usage of the cold drinks along with the taking meals, overcooking, undercooking, intake of the milk with any of the sour items, or different kinds of the milkshakes. All these things, heavy exercise after the food, all these things should be avoided, because it is going to cause adverse effects in the person. Okay. And like that, along with that, certain Ayurvedic lifestyles that can bring about the radical change in the body, mind, and consciousness, and also the it helps in bringing about the balance in one's constitution, and also the daily regimens that are for the enhancing the person's clock, that is rhythm, diurnal rhythm, and also aids digestion, absorption, and assimilation, and generating of the self-esteem, discipline, etc. Along with that, also considered among the lifestyle, which I am not elaborating upon. So certain things, like as I felt, it is much needed, not only the food but the lifestyle. In that, dinacharya has been mentioned, wherein getting up early in the morning, or intake of the water in the morning, and for facilitating the expulsion of the all the doshas in the body, or different processes for the hygiene, etc., are also to be yeah, considered whenever we are speaking about the lifestyle disorders. And another important factor, that is the sleep, is also most essential for reducing the stress, because stress is again one among the important factor for the lifestyle disorders. So that has to be also kept in mind whenever we are thinking about the lifestyle disorders. So what are the challenges? Like, again, discussing about the challenges about the whatever dietary factors which we discussed. So one thing is, I had mentioned about the personalized diet. So in a family of 3 to 4 members, cooking and serving different kinds of the food items for any meal is practically very difficult. So at that time, the alternative is using of the individual side dishes or the adjuvant powders. Like, as we have the, like when we go to the hotels, we see that they keep a pepper and salt, etc., in a small this thing, which is very handy and can be used very easily. So we can fix up the vegetables and fruits and other curries, but we can have an adjuvant thing which can be a personalized one, so that it can be practically implemented. And again, always, whatever we are speaking is very easy, but implementation about the amount of food, or the food what we have to take, food what we have to avoid, or other lifestyle factors which we have to avoid, all these things are solely based upon the individual's mindset. So always our mind should be very strong, and we should have a very strong control over our senses. And what is the future? So always, whenever we speak about the food, then now we don't have time for cooking, we are very busy, and so this can provide opportunity for the food industries, and many of the new things can be brought about for under the health sector, or many, like as I told, especially the factors about the viruddha, as I mentioned, some wrong combinations of the foods which have to be avoided, or many other factors need to be researched, so as it becomes acceptable in the global community. So many collaborative researches are needed to tell whatever prove the, or create the evidences about the existing principles of Ayurveda. So these can be opening new avenues for the various sectors in the research as well as the industries. So to conclude today's talk, what proper healthy diet and Ayurvedic lifestyle is key for health promotion and disease prevention in general, and in specific, whatever the diet and lifestyle we have discussed already can be very well adopted for the prevention and management of the lifestyle disorders. I thank all of you for your patient hearing, and I thank the organizers for providing me an opportunity to interact with you all in this particular August gathering. Thank you again.
Any questions?
is open for discussion. Are there any questions? Ma'am is ready.
No questions?
I think we can conclude the matters.
Yeah. The thing is, Dr. Mangala Gauri has, though it is a very vast subject, within the specified time, she has tried to do the justice by giving all the research data, everything and all, with from the Ayurveda perspective and the modern perspective, she has given and she has done the justice. And organizers, what they can do is, if anybody is interested, they can contact her so that it can be helpful for the people, wherein Ayurveda can help to the society, especially nowadays it is a days of the lifestyle disorders. She has done extensive research work. Hope she doesn't mind in helping the people, whomsoever contacts her, for asking the help from the PG students or the researchers and all. So if that is the case, if organizers are ready and she is ready, it can be done from their side also. And from my side, today she has done the justice to the topic. And let me thank the organizers once again, Dr. G. Pradeep Kumar, the Vice Chancellor, Dr. Madhavi Reddy, Dr. Anis, once again for giving me an opportunity to chair this session. Thank you, one and all.
Thank you so much. We surely collaborate with Madam and look forward to much more research in the field of Ayurveda and thank you so much, Dr. Mangala Gauri, for accepting our invite and providing a wonderful and expressive talk. It's our pleasure.
Thank you, madam, and thank you for the chairperson and everyone who listened so patiently. Thank you again.
We now request all the participants log into the other ID, which will be provided shortly. So we are going on a 10 minutes break. For the oral presentation of modern nutrition.
ಒಂದ್ಸರಿ ಗ್ರೂಪ್ ಅಲ್ಲ ಸೇಮ್ ಲಿಂಕ್
We request all the oral presenters and the judges to log in into this, in the present ID itself. So there was a other ID which was given to be logged in for oral presentations under the theme modern nutrition. Now, since there is a hitch in, some technical issues there, we are requesting all the oral participants and the judges who are judging this modern nutrition theme, oral presentation, kindly log in to this ID itself, the present ID, the morning ID, which is given, kindly log into that ID. So we'll be starting the session shortly, another 5 minutes.
Yes, ma'am. You're the
I once again welcome the judges and participants for the e-oral presentations of National Conference. We now begin our e-oral presentation under the theme of modern nutrition. I request all the participants to be ready with their PowerPoint presentation and are requested to adhere to the guidelines provided in the email. I now take this opportunity to invite our esteemed judges, Dr. Anita, Assistant Professor, Department of Studies and Research in Food Science and Nutrition, Karnataka State Open University, Mysuru, and Dr. Shweta, Assistant Professor, Department of Nutrition and Dietetics, Faculty of Life Science, JSS Academy of Higher Education and Research, Mysore, to judge the presenters for today's session. I also request Dr. Anita to introduce the presenting authors and carry forward the session. Over to you, Anita ma'am.
Good morning, one and all. At the outset, I would like to thank the organizers for inviting me and giving me this responsibility to be one of the judge for this technical session, that is oral session. The topic of this oral session, as we all know, is the modern nutrition. So we have 11 speakers in this session, and I would request all the participants in this session to keep up their time, so that will also count, and I hope everyone are ready with your PPT. So I would like to call upon the first speaker, Dr. M.S. Sharda Devi. She will be talking on the survey on eating habits of families before and during lockdown of COVID-19 in Karnataka and Kerala population. So over to you, Sharda Devi. If you're ready, you can just start with sharing your PPT and presenting the paper.
Sorry for the
Anita ma'am, can you hear me?
Yeah, Anis.
Ma'am, there is a small problem. Dr. Sharda is being tested positive and she is having a severe cough, and she cannot do her presentation today. Sorry for not informing you prior.
It's okay.
Just so we got the information.
Okay.
So we can move ahead with the second presenter, I think.
Okay. Aishwarya Vijay Kumar Patil is there.
Yes, ma'am, I am here.
Yeah. You'll be presenting now, and your topic is utilization of millet byproducts in the management of diabetes. So over to you, Aishwarya. Good luck.
Thank
you can
you,
start with your sharing the PPT and presentation also.
Can you all see my PPT, ma'am? Presentation and am I audible, ma'am?
It is very much clear.
Oh. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to my oral presentation. I am Aishwarya P. Patil, PhD student, studying in Department of Food Science and Nutrition, College of Community Science, Dharwad. I am presenting part of my research, that is utilization of kodo millet byproduct in the management of diabetes. And my presentation goes like this, with introduction, methodology, results, and ends with conclusion. As we all know that kodo millet is an underutilized millet and has various health promoting properties like insulin resistance, hypocholesteric property, anti-diabetic property, weight management. Because of these health boosting properties, now kodo millet is considered as functional and nutraceutical food. And kodo millet contributes to the improvement of health, widening the food basket and combating NCDs. It has increased the interest among various nutritionists, technologists, food processors, and even common people for using the kodo millet. Hence, the study was undertaken to develop the high fiber health mix using kodo millet byproduct obtained by millet processing in the management of diabetes. Now, let us go to the methodology. Kodo millet was partitioned by three different methods, that is sieving, grinding, and traditional method. In sieving method, kodo millet flour was passed through 100 BSS sieve. The flour passed through the sieve was considered as fine flour, that is FSM, and the flour which was in the sieve was considered as coarse flour, that is CSM. In grinding method, millet milk was extracted. Here, the kodo millet was soaked overnight and was ground to paste. The paste was passed through the sieve, which was collected as millet milk, and which was above the sieve was considered as residue. Both the millet milk and residue was dried in hot air oven, and to get the millet milk powder and millet milk residue. The millet milk powder was considered as fine flour and millet milk residue as coarse flour. In traditional method, the kodo millet was passed through muslin cloth through constant agitation. The flour passed through the cloth was considered as fine flour, that is TFF, and which was above the muslin cloth was considered as coarse flour, that is TCF. From the three partitioning method, we get six partition flour with the three fine flour and three coarse flour. These floors were analyzed for recovery rate and proximate composition. Superior floor with respect to proximate composition and recovery rate was further carried out. Here, MMP and MMR from grinding method was superior floor. We all know that the after processing technique, the superior floor, maybe fine floor, is used for the development of various health mixes and other products for convalescents and children, like supplementary food or complementary food. So here, millet milk powder was used for the development of low fiber health mix, and the residue after processing is kept unused or discarded. But here, we had used this millet milk residue for the development of high fiber health mix for the management of diabetes. The high fiber health mix is further analyzed for proximate composition, carbohydrate profile, IVSD, predicted glycemic index, and glycemic load. Now let's go through the results. Table 1 shows the recovery rate of partition kodo millet flour. The recovery rate of fine flour from sieving, grinding, and traditional method was 48, 42, and 66%. And for coarse flour, it was 52, 48, and 33%. The grinding method accounted 10% of wastage, whereas sieving and traditional method had no wastage. Figure 1 shows the proximate composition of the partition kodo millet flour. Here we can see that the moisture content range from 10.92 to 13.68 gram%, and significant lower moisture content was seen in MMR and MMP. In case of fat, here we can see that there was a partitioning of the nutrients among the fine and coarse flour with respect to all the nutrients. The partitioned coarse flour had lower fat content, which ranged from 1.51 to 2.11 gram percentage, and the for fine flours it ranged from 2.25 to 2.7 gram percentage. Similarly, it was seen in protein also. The protein content of coarse flour was significantly lower than their fine flour, and the protein content ranged from 5.18 to 6.19 gram percent in coarse flours. In case of crude fiber, the partition coarse flour had significant higher crude fiber content. That is, it ranged from 4.37 to 5.87 gram percentage. That is, highest is recorded in CSM, followed by MMR and TCF. The ash content of the partition flour ranged from 1.14 to 1.95 gram percentage. In case of available and total carbohydrate, the coarse flour had higher carbohydrate content than their fine flours, and the energy content ranged from 346 to 360 kilocalories per 100 gram. Here we can see that the nutrients get partitioned after processing technique, that is in fine and coarse flour, and the coarse flour being higher in crude fiber, ash content, moderate in protein, and lower fat content is due to the partitioning method, which after partitioning the flour becomes fine and coarse. The endosperm and the germ being rich in fat is get concentrated in the fine flour, and the alluron layer and bran, which is rich in fiber and ash, is concentrated in the core partition coarse flour. Figure 2 shows the development of high fiber health mix. This high fiber health mix was developed by using millet milk residue along with other grains like daikokam wheat, sorghum, black gram dal, soybean, and some spices. The daikokam wheat, sorghum, and black gram dal were cleaned and milled to get the flour, and soybean was cleaned, roasted, and milled to get the flour. Here the soybean was roasted to reduce the anti-nutritional factors. All these flours were mixed in appropriate concentrations to get the high fiber health mix. To this high fiber health mix, spices were roasted and powdered to increase the palatability. And spices were fenugreek, pepper, cumin seeds, and coriander. Along various products were prepared from the high fiber health mix like thali-patti, dosa, dhokla, and mudde. Here we can see that all the four products were highly acceptable with acceptability index ranging from 73.62 to 91.85%. Highest acceptable was dhokla, followed by thali-patti, dosa, and mudde. Figure 4 shows the proximate composition of the developed health mix compared to the millet milk residue and the kodo millet flour. Here we can clearly see that fat, protein, crude fiber, and ash content of the developed health mix was significantly higher than both the flours, whereas the total carbohydrate and available carbohydrate were on par with the kodo millet flour. This increased content of fat was due to the addition of dicoccum, wheat, and soybean. The increased protein was due to the addition of soybean and black gram dal, and significant higher content of crude fiber and ash in the health mix was due to the development of high fiber health mix from the MMR, that is millet milk residue, which was rich in crude fiber and ash content. Figure 5 shows the carbohydrate profile of high fiber health mix. It was compared with the kodo millet flour. Here we can clearly see that the developed health mix had significantly lower starch, lower amylopectin, and higher amylose content. Higher the amylose content, it inhibits the rise in blood glucose level, which makes it suitable for the diabetic people. And in case of sugar, the health mix had lower total sugar, reducing sugar, and higher, lower total sugar, lower non-reducing sugar, and higher reducing sugar content. When it comes to type of starch, the developed health mix had higher RDS, lower SDS and RS, but they were on par with kodo millet flour. As we all know that millets are good for managing the non-communicable diseases. So millets are being rich in SDS and RDS. So is our developed high fiber health mix, which slows the rate of digestion of the food and movement of the food in the intestine, which results in the lowering in the immediate rise in the blood glucose level. When we see the in vitro starch digestibility, here we can see that the kodo millet had rapid digestibility along with the immediate rise in the glucose level at the 60th minute, whereas our developed high fiber health mix had slow digestibility with slow release in the glucose and peak at the 90th minute, which is very important factor to be considered for the diabetic people, that the blood glucose level, the rise in the blood glucose level should be slower and there should be no peak immediately. So when we checked for the predicted glycemic index and glycemic load, we have seen that the developed health mix had glycemic index of 44.31, which came in the category of low GI, and the glycemic load of 17.50, which came in the medium glycemic load. Hence, I can summarize that the developed high fiber health mix had low fat, high crude fiber content, high ash, low carbohydrate content, and superior carbohydrate profile. The glycemic index and glycemic load of the developed health mix was low and medium, and the various products developed from the high fiber health mix was highly acceptable with the acceptability index of 79.62 to 91.85%. Hence, we can conclude that the developed high fiber health mix can be efficiently employed for the management of diabetes. Thank you.
Thank you, Aishwarya. It was a good presentation, but I have a few queries for you. I would like to just ask you why only kodo millet you have selected, or have you analyzed any other millets also?
No, ma'am. Actually, I have analyzed only kodo millet because in our region right now, kodo millet is underutilized. Ma'am, it is not being utilized in our area, that is in the Dharwad district. Majority people only know about little millet or the foxtail millet or the ragi. They don't know, they have a very less information about the kodo millet or the brown top millet. So in my PhD research, I have mainly concentrated on the kodo millet, and I've also partitioned the kodo millet for the development of two health mixes, ma'am. So, so right now I have presented on the high fiber health mix.
Yeah, you spoke about high fiber as you concluded that the mix is high fiber mix itself.
Yes,
but is it just the kodo millet, because you have added other ingredients also, like sorghum, soya bean is there, then black gram is there, and spices like fenugreek also has got an effect on the glycemic index. So how do you justify this? Two questions are there in this, like high fiber, it is not just a contribution, I feel, of only the kodo millet, and the glycemic response and the glycemic index, you have got fenugreek also to talk about, to consider. So how do you justify this?
Yeah, ma'am. Ma'am, the ingredient that is in my high fiber health mix, the major ingredient is the MMR, ma'am, that is millet milk residue, which is a coarse and it is that is when I have partitioned it by grinding method, the softer part gets through the sieve, ma'am. That is standard BSS, and the coarser, which is high in fiber content, is present in the millet milk residue, ma'am. And in my health mix, it is the major part, ma'am. And other ingredients are in the minute quantity. And in case when you are talking about the fenugreek seeds, ma'am, though they have a low glycemic response, ma'am, but their quantity in the mix is less, ma'am, because they are only added to increase the palatability. Yeah, but I also say that it also contributes in reducing the glycemic index.
Yes,
but
yes.
along with my mix, ma'am, it also helps in reducing the glycemic index of the patients.
Okay. Okay. Shweta, Dr. Shweta. Anis, Dr. Shweta has not joined.
No, I have joined, ma'am. Hello, ma'am.
Okay, yeah. Over to you, Shweta. Hello.
Aishwarya, it was a very nice presentation.
Thank you,
I
ma'am.
think, yes, and I had, similar questions on similar lines as ma'am asked. So I think you have defended quite well. So thank you. Ma'am, I think we can move on to the next
Yes, definitely. Thank you, Aishwarya. You can
Aishwarya.
Yes, sir.
I have one question. Have you screened any phytochemicals in Coda millet?
Sir?
Have you screened any phytochemical?
Yeah, sir. I have checked for the tannins, antioxidant activity, dietary fiber also, sir. The developed health mix had higher amount of polyphenols, antioxidant activity, and the dietary fiber when compared to the Kodo millet dose, sir.
So what are the compounds, particularly antioxidant capacity you told no?
I have conducted antioxidant activity by DPPH method, sir.
DPPH method. Which variation was found to be good in that? Which variation? You told many variation fraction.
Okay, sir. I have partitioned by 3 methods, sir, but only superior method, that is superior flow, that is millet milk residue, was only carried out further, sir. By taking the account by seeing the recovery rate and proximate composition, I had selected millet milk residue as the superior flow. Only that was used for the development of high fiber health mix.
Is there any correlation between phytochemical and glycemic index? Have you correlated?
Sir, I have, but I have not included over here because of the dearth of time, sir. Yet, there is a correlation. So, can you please pardon the question, sir?
Is there any correlated with phytochemical and with glycemic index?
I have not yet done it, sir. But as I'm still undergoing my PhD research, I will be conducting it in the later part, sir.
Okay, fine. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Small request, Shweta, you can switch on your video if you don't mind. We would like to see you here.
Yes, please. The presentation was going
Any
on.
other questions for Aishwarya?
No more questions. Thank you.
So
Thank
we'll
you,
move
everyone.
on to the thank you, Aishwarya. Now we'll move on to the next presenter. She's Dr. N. Deepa Satish, and she'll be talking about impact of nutrition intervention on the health status of the selected participants. Over to you, Deepa.
Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning.
Let me share my screen. Thank you for the opportunity for the taking my presentation. One sec, ma'am. I'll share my screen. Is it visible, ma'am?
Yes, yes.
Okay, my topic is on impact of nutrition intervention on the health status of the selected participants under the guidance of Dr. Tirumani Devi, Professor and Head of the Department of Food Science and Nutrition. This is my PhD article, the research study. So coming to the study, nutrition with a combination of lifestyle pattern is the most important factor in the promotion and maintenance of health status of an individual. And in this modern scenario, non-communicable diseases becoming a major public problem due to fast-paced lifestyle behavioral activities, which influence susceptibility to many diseases, especially type 2 diseases. But at the same time, scientific evidences also indicate people with diabetes are also likely to have chronic musculoskeletal comorbidities and are more prone to complications as they have less access to quality health and nutritional care and support. Subjects with surgical bone fractures and hip surgeries presented a decline in nutritional status and the higher incidence of many health problems. So health status of orthopedic surgical inpatients, if you take, so these are the many common issues among them: delayed wound healing, readmission, prolonged hospital stay, surgical site infection, and mortality. And which makes medical nutrition therapy a more vital part of it. So which includes glycemic control, prevention of post-operative complication, as well as the provision of high biological value protein, which provides 25% to 30% of the energy of the day. That means which maintain the health status. So my present study's objective, I kept as a formulation and evaluation of health mix with high quality protein isolates and effect of nutrition intervention on the health status of the selected type 2 diabetes. So the research design, I have taken purposive sampling design, and in my phase 1, I just selected these ingredients, cereals and pulses, and formulated a health mix. And these cereals and pulses and germinated and dried and powder, which is incorporated with high biological value proteins, namely soy protein isolate and egg white protein powder, as well as skimmed milk powder, whey protein powder. And I selected the best accepted mix, which was the soy protein isolate, after the evaluation of sensory evaluation and also the nutritional evaluation. And then I selected the best accepted value added health mix and prepared a breakfast which is incorporated with the value added health mix. Breakfast, the hospital-based breakfast, which was served to the patient. So I just incorporated these value-added health mix. That means only the soy protein, I selected value-added health mix in my study, and replacement of the breakfast with formulated breakfast recipe. So highly accepted soy protein isolated incorporated health mix was selected, and these breakfast recipes were taken for the incorporation. And after the acceptability trial, I replaced the breakfast with the formulated breakfast recipes, and the health status under the heads like anthropometric measurement as well as the biomarkers of the nutritional status were analyzed. In my phase 3 study, I just analyzed the baseline data among the orthopedic surgeries, and type 2 diabetics were selected based on the purposive sampling technique, and types of surgery, post-operative complication, and length of stay in the hospitals, everything were analyzed, and participants were selected for the nutrition intervention. The selected participants, we concentrate on the post-operative lower limb injury type 2 diabetic women, as well as men also, men and women. So we use the Ganga Hospital Injury Severity Score, which is globally accepted score for the selection of the type 2 diabetic adults with a score of 6 to 10. And nutrition intervention were implemented after grouping of the participants like experimental and control, and effect of dietary intervention also analyzed. Coming to the results and discussion, the mean acceptability score of this health mix incorporated soy protein isolate had the good score, which had even the taste as well as the overall acceptability of the 15%, that is among the 5, 10, and 15%. The soy protein isolate, which I incorporated at the level of 15%, had the good acceptability. And these are the health mix, which was I incorporated that health mix into the preparation of these breakfast recipes. And sensory evaluation of the health mix incorporated recipes were also analyzed, and mostly the chapati as well as the Those also had a good acceptability, and also Puttu had also had the good acceptability. And the nutrient content were also analyzed, and cost of the health mix was around 55 rupees per kg. And in phase 2, we just selected the lower limb injury, surgical patients. That means we analyzed the prevalence as well as the diabetic and non-diabetics among them. And type 2 diabetes were nearly around 483 patients were there. And the nutritional status were assessed with the help of hand grip strength. Since patients are lower limb injured, we cannot able to take the weight of the patient, and hand grip strength, that is HGS, which is globally accepted, which is reliable and valuable also. So we did this, we taken this HGS as a parameter for the nutritional assessment. And post-operative complications among the diabetics and non-diabetics were also analyzed, where these complications are presented highly. There's anemia as well as hyperglycemia, and the incident of some surgical superficial wound infection were also observed. And serum albumin level and the total lymphocyte count, which was often very low, it becomes low whenever the patient get admitted in the hospital after an injury. So it was high among the patients who had lower limb surgeries. And identification also made based on these studies, where we observed TLC level has gone below 10. The patient who also stayed for more than 4 days or 5 days compared to the other patients, and significant reduction of albumin level also observed, and higher HbA1c level also observed among the type 2 diabetics. And if you see the waist hip ratio as well as weight height ratio also showed the existence of abdominal obesity, as well as mid-arm circumference and tricep skin fold thickness showed the deficit values as compared to the reference value. And progressive decline in HGS with increase in the age for both genders were also observed. And HbA1c profile, per subjects who had higher level of HbA1c profile had frequently got readmitted. And coming to the nutritional anthropometry, coming to the phase 4, where after the intervention, the nutritional anthropometry reveals with the following results. The body weight, which had a, one second, I just minimized my, yeah. So there is a significant, that means, here my screen, my values are hindered. That's why I couldn't able to see that. That's why, sorry for the interruption. Okay, these are the anthropometric measurements which we have analyzed: body weight and body mass index, and skin fold thickness, as well as HGS. And even there is a waist circumference. That means the waist circumference had a significant improvement, but compared to the other parameters which had come at the non-significant level, where we have taken p-value as a 0.005. And we correlated this total lymphocyte count with anthropometric measurements, since lymphocyte count is very well decreased during the injury status, as well as increases with a good proper nutrition stat. So these are the correlative measures where we had observed all these values, which had been increased. There is a significant level of increase in waist circumference as well as body weight. Also, we had a significant correlation. And even the biochemical parameters, whenever we observe the patients who had TLC level has gone higher, the albumin level also have gone higher, as well as hemoglobin level also gone higher. And we also compared the TLC value with the stay of the hospital among the selected participants, where the patients who are all had, the subjects who are all had the higher TLC level had this significant reduction in the length of the stay in the hospital. And serum pre-albumin level also has increased significantly. And even this albumin and TLC and hemoglobin, which is given in this. And the number, I think it has been high, and the control and experimental, we had 40 in each group. Totally 80 subjects we have selected for the study, as I mentioned in my research design. And we had a significant increase in the all these levels after the intervention. So coming to the conclusion, diabetics are at risk for adverse outcome of surgery, which results in complications affecting multiple organ systems, potentially resulting in adverse outcomes such as surgical site infection, impaired wound healing, and medical complications after orthopedic surgery. but at the same time, well-controlled diabetics without comorbidities have similar outcomes to patients without diabetes. Incorporation of high biological value protein along with the regular diet of the diabetics has effect on surgical outcome, reduced LOS, that means length of stay in hospital, and increment in DLC. Mere blending property of this high quality protein isolate health mixes and in common recipes. And proper nutritional intervention at right time is highly appreciable to reach high success rate in better surgical outcome, as well as nutritional status and patient care for all people undergoing surgery and are malnourished. So recommendation, I have increasing awareness on locally available seasonally inexpensive functional foods is more effective, and popularizing diet-based approach, physical activity, regular exercise, along with yoga and meditation to prevent further deterioration of diabetes, and inclusion of high biological value proteins such as soy protein isolate at their household level in simple recipes using low-cost ingredients should be encouraged in the regular diet of the individual. So food-based approach accompanied with a nutritional education is more durable and sustainable than the drug-based approach to solve any nutritional and health problems, especially in diabetic population. I would like to mention one thing here. Usually in orthopedic hospital setup, the people are thought to be a normal nourishment, and which is often forgot, most often unrecognized in the tertiary hospitals. So even though the patient are orthopedic patients, or if they have a small minor injury in their leg or somewhere in upper arm or in the upper limb or lower limb, they also need a proper nutritional care, where proper nutritional care at right time makes them coming out of from the most of the complications after the surgery, and even reduces the length of their hospital stay, and even drastically reduce the readmission level after 3 months or 4 months. Thank you for giving me the opportunities.
Thank you, Deepa. It was a very excellent presentation. My only very small simple question is like the title. I just thought impact of nutrition intervention on the health status of the selected participant. It is not very clear to your content which is there. That was one like I just wanted to tell you.
Actually,
I would like to know the level of incorporation of soya bean. Did you try?
Could you able to hear me, ma'am? I couldn't able to hear you. Ma'am, I couldn't able to hear you when we were started to talking. I just disconnected my line.
Shweta, am I audible?
Yes.
Actually, ma'am has got some network issue. Congratulations on unable to.
I think we have lost
Anita, ma'am?
Yes, I think she is there.
Join back.
Yes, I think she has joined back. Yeah.
Anita, ma'am? Ma'am, could you able to hear me?
I think there might be some network issue with Anita. Okay, I have a very small and
I'm sorry, I had some issues with the connectivity.
Could you able to hear me, ma'am?
Anita, ma'am.
Ma'am, could you able to hear me?
Anita, ma'am. Are we audible?
Ma'am, could you able to hear me?
Shweta, in the meantime, you can ask the question.
Sorry, there was small problem in the connectivity. Yeah. So you can continue, Shweta.
Okay, I have a very basic question. Did you do proximate analysis for the product you have developed? we understand it's a protein-rich product that you have developed. But apart from that, did you do analysis of any minerals or for your product? Because that could
Yeah,
have.
ma'am. Yeah, ma'am.
Okay. Okay.
Yes, ma'am. Could you able to hear me, ma'am?
Yeah, Deepa.
Ma'am, when you asked about the title, yes, ma'am, I would like to say that that time I went disconnected. Sorry for the interruption. Actually, I would like to mention in that, but while I'm submitting, I was really in this thing, so I just mentioned selected participants, and then I would like to mention in my presentation. That's why, ma'am.
Clarity was not there. That's why I just wanted to.
Okay, ma'am. Okay, ma'am.
Yeah. Yeah, the next question was about the level of incorporation. So if you can highlight some points regarding that. What were the levels that you tried with?
5% and 10% as well as 1 sec, ma'am. I'll show it to you. Yeah. So this is the level of incorporation which I made it for all the 4 protein powders, where I kept as a skim milk powder as a standard. And for the health mix, which I have incorporated as 15% of soy protein incorporated value added health mix. That I have taken for the same 100 grams I have taken for the preparation of all these breakfast recipes.
Okay. Yeah. I think Dr. Shweta had asked some questions. So,
ma'am, tell me, ma'am. Good morning, ma'am.
Yeah, good morning. Shweta, you had some questions?
Yes, ma'am. It was to do with proximate analysis and mineral analysis, if she has done any analysis with respect to that. So yes, that was my question. And also another question, you have developed various, you have incorporated your product into various, items. So the cooking method varies there. So do you think that might have an effect on the nutrient composition of your, products?
Yeah, ma'am. That I didn't do with the variability. That means after the analyzing, after preparing, I didn't take that cooking method into consideration for my data analysis. That means especially nutrient analysis, ma'am. I just only focused on the protein supplement, which should be there for 25% of the energy, which was often lacking in the diet. So I focused on that alone, ma'am.
Yeah, thank you so much. Thank you.
Yeah, I have Deepa, I have a small question. Your presentation was very good, but what was your inclusion and exclusion criteria in your study?
Ma'am, that's what I used a Ganga Hospital injury severity score, where that score is very much applicable to take the wound that is at the superficial level, that is between 6 to 10 score. Exclusion criteria, I didn't go with the in-depth trauma patient. That means trauma in the sense who are all in critical and who are all having multiple comorbidities. I have taken only the comorbidity, only the type 2 diabetic patients, ma'am.
But in your study, the age group from 12 years to 55 years, that's what your one of slides showed, right? But from 12 years to the 55
no,
years.
No, it's not 12 years, ma'am. Actually, it is 20, more than 25 to 55
but
years.
One of your slides shows 12 years.
Yes, I do agree with that. And,
but the treatment variation take place, and treatment variation has impact on nutritional status also, right?
Actually, and since you have taken type 2 diabetes, I would like to know about even that age group, no? Whether the vaginal diabetes and the things also you have taken into consideration, because it was a little bit confusing also. That table, you can just see to it.
Ma'am, 1 second, ma'am. I'll show you that. 1 second, ma'am. I'll show you that, ma'am. 1 second. Could you able to see, ma'am?
Yeah.
It's 25 to 55 years, ma'am, actually.
One of your results.
Yes.
Start.
Okay. I think some typographical error. Sorry
No,
for that.
children,
ma'am.
you have specified it as young children.
Here, ma'am.
Yeah.
Ma'am, here just we have studied the prevalence, ma'am, about the lower limb injury among the whoever is getting admitted into the hospital. So male, female.
Okay, Deepa, what was your intervention period?
Ma'am, it is about, we have followed up the patient after getting discharged. It is about 3 months, ma'am.
Is 3 months, what could be your hemoglobin level increased?
Ma'am, nearly around that significant improvement we have observed among the experimental subjects. One sec, ma'am, I'll show it. Yeah, this is the
Before intervention was 5 and after intervention it was 11.
11, yes, ma'am.
Is it possible within 3 months?
Yeah, ma'am, we have observed slight increase in the subjects, ma'am, actually.
But some of the clinical
along with the normal diet.
Even blood transfusion also we cannot achieve.
Ma'am, we had observed this level, and after this, because we had a close follow-up with the patients.
But
with
have
the
you
WhatsApp
assessed, you have used composite floor, cereals combination with the pulses. Many means ingredients, what I mean to say, many pulses, many cereals you have used. Have you assessed for amino acid composition?
Ma'am, actually, here I didn't mention, since I submitted only about the health status here in this abstract, part of the study I have presented here. We have analyzed an amino acid score. We have calculated the Pedicas value and we analyzed that, ma'am. It is nearly 1, ma'am, actually.
Okay, okay. Thank you, Deepa. Bye. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, ma'am.
Yeah. Our next presenter is Bhargavi M. She will be concentrating on the development of nutrient-rich bark for an athlete and its acceptability. Over to you, Bhargavi. Bhargavi,
Yes,
are you there?
Yeah.
Yeah, you can share your PPT and start presentation.
So next announcement, next they have announced.
Yes. Is my screen visible, ma'am?
No, it's not. You've not shared at all.
Bhargavi, you have to open your PPT first and then share it.
Ma'am, is it visible now?
You have not opened, I suppose, Bhargavi. Slideshow hogi Bhargavi. ಈಗ slide, yeah.
Is it visible now?
Yes, you can go.
Bhargavi from JSS Academy of Higher Education and Research, Mysuru, Department of Nutrition and Dietetics. So my topic is development of Nutri-Rich bar for an athlete and its acceptability. Nutri-bars can be used as a dietary supplement by athletes and other physical active people to maintain their calorific value and other nutrient requirements. Nutri-bar was formulated keeping the sports athletes and individuals in mind, along with the aim of providing adequate energy and quick for consumption. The present study was undertaken to develop Nutri-Rich bar and evaluate its acceptability. The purpose of these bars is to provide energy conveniently and quickly during endurance training or any kind of sports. The consumption of carbohydrate immediately or before or during exercise represents an effective strategy to provide an exogenous fuel source to this muscle and central nervous system. Objectives. The purpose and intention to take up this research is to uplift the endurance and enhance the muscle development. In this record, the objectives of this research are to develop the product and the sensory acceptability of the developed product. The materials and methods of the developed product are: raw materials were required for the development of Nutri-bar were collected, cleaned, and stored in the airtight containers. The ingredients required are bajra flakes, dates, date syrup, maknas, which is also called as lotus seeds, almonds, flax seeds, flesh of the pumpkin, and dried coconut, grated coconut. All the ingredients are mixed and kept for 10 minutes and preheated in the oven, and the mixture is cut into desired shapes and weighed the sample and packed for 50 grams. This is the final product of my bar. All these ingredients were procured from the locally available market. The developed bar was allowed for the sensory evaluation using this scorecard. And the 9-point hedonic scale was used for 50 untrained, semi-untrained panel members. Mean sensory score of the developed product are: the results of the main sensory score for the developed products are this. The overall development acceptability for the S1 bar is 8.4. The difference between S1 and S2 are: S1 sample is a bajra flakes Nutri-bar and the S2 sample is jowar flakes Nutri-bar. The best acceptability was seen in bajra flakes. Regards to the taste of 8.3 and color 8.14 with the appearance of 8.16. So my criteria to select bajra flakes are: the advantages of the bajra flakes can be like it increases the HB levels in the blood. 8 mg of iron content is in 100 grams of bajra. 3 mg of zinc in 100 grams of bajra. It also helps in bone development and repair as it has a large amount of phosphorus. Presence of phytic acid and niacin also helps in lowering the cholesterol. It is also rich in fiber content, leading to feeling fulliness for the prolonged time. Looking at the shelf life of the product, the shelf life can be like the initial day when the product was developed and till the 15th day. The aroma and the taste was the changes which we found in the research. So by this we can conclude that the developed product which had a very good sensory characteristics and a good pre or post workout snack for an athlete. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Bhargavi. Bhargavi, I just wanted to know if you had had you given to the athletes or tried, I mean, the intervention or anything like that? It was just the analysis you did only for proximate, and I think it is just a part of your work, I suppose, because about the nutrients, you have not told anything about the nutrients, and it is just the acceptability, sensory evaluation you have done, isn't it?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. But the nutrient analysis, we are like undergoing it is under research, ma'am. It's still under process. We have only submitted the part of the work for the abstract.
Okay. Yeah, over to you, Shweta.
Yes, Bhargavi, ma'am's question was whether you have given it to athletes and then checked the efficacy of your NutriBar, whether you have done the supplementation.
Yeah, ma'am. Yeah, I've actually given for 10 athletes, but due to this lockdown, we haven't seen the proper results. But as they told, they have a endurance, not endurance level, the energy. Like for example, I have given for the people who are in the gym, for the 10 minutes cardio was increased for 12 to 15 minutes or something like that, ma'am. So in that time gap, I found that there is some energy with these bars. So due to this lockdown, I couldn't conclude it properly. Sorry, ma'am.
For how many days you did that supplementation to see?
Just for 1 week, ma'am. Just for 1 week, ma'am.
1 week?
Yeah.
That's a super, super energy bar then. In a week, if you see this much of difference, then.
I'm sorry, ma'am. I couldn't hear you.
Thank you so much. I mean, it's a nice.
Thank you, Bhargavi.
Yeah, thank you.
I think if there's no other question, we'll move on to the next presentation.
Yes,
it is
thank you.
Sindhu PB.
Yes.
Yeah. Sindhu is there?
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, okay. Our next speaker is Sindhu PB. She'll be talking on characterization of ready-to-cook buckwheat upama mixed with fine semolina. So over to you, Sindhu.
Okay, shall I start, ma'am?
Yeah.
Good afternoon, all. I'm Sindhu, pursuing PhD in Department of Food Science and Nutrition at GKVK US Bangalore. My presentation is on characterization of ready-to-cook buckwheat upma mix with fine semolina. Prior to briefing about buckwheat, visual presentation of buckwheat parts are exhibited here. This is how buckwheat plant, buckwheat leaf, buckwheat flour, buckwheat whole grain, buckwheat husk, and dehusked buckwheat look like. Moving on to introduction, scientifically called Phagopyrum esculentum, buckwheat is a pseudo cereal and it contains no gluten, which may be eaten by people with gluten-related disorders such as celiac disease. Buckwheat phrase is acknowledged to be originated from two German words, Butch meaning false and Weizen meaning wheat, and it is most commonly termed as false wheat. Buckwheat belongs to Polygonaceae family, and buckwheat grains incorporate a wide range of nutrients, major being protein and dietary fiber, lipids, gluten, polyphenols, micro and macro elements. Hence, buckwheat is a pool of balanced nutrients. Antioxidant activity of buckwheat seeds and leaves are high due to the presence of lutein, quercetin, and catechin. Therefore, buckwheat protects the body against harmful free radicals by scavenging them. Buckwheat hence play a valuable role in maintaining the health of an individual and is of significant interest due to its gluten-free distinctiveness. Convenience foods are kind of foods which impart comfort to the customer by using a way of little or no need of major processing or cooking prior to consumption. And these are also called as tertiary processed food products. And they're easily portable. And if something is portable, it means it can be easily carried or moved. Extended shelf life of convenience products makes the large-scale manufacturing and distribution possible. And change in lifestyle and the concept of working woman has increased the use of convenience products. Convenience foods are of greater demand as they have gained worldwide popularity. Some of the convenience foods includes ready to drink, ready to cook, ready to eat, and ready to serve products. Upma mix, which is one of the convenience mixes, falls under the category of ready to cook. Upma is a famous breakfast and historically ideal for all groups of people, and therefore gluten-free upma mix was popularized in my study. This is a flow diagram for characterization of buckwheat fine semolina. Buckwheat variety Nilagiri was grown during Kharif 2019 and was procured from wheat scheme US Dharwad. Buckwheat hull was removed by soaking, shade drying, and then it was dehulled. And it was further subjected to milling to obtain semolina of desired particle size, that is 250 microns, that is fine semolina, which was then subjected for different pre-treatments such as roasting alone, soaking, steaming, drying, and roasting in combination. And pre-treated fine semolina was then evaluated for cooking quality such as cooking time, cooked weight, and cooking time. It was then checked for acceptability based on sensory parameters using 9-point Edonic scale. Roasted fine buckwheat semolina was finally characterized to be used in the development of ready-to-cook buckwheat upma mix. And the milled buckwheat grains were processed for the reduction in particle size, that is to obtain fine buckwheat semolina. This is how the product looked like. Functional properties, as we all know, that these are the physical and chemical changes that occur during food processing. And the fine buckwheat semolina here exhibited higher water absorption capacity than the oil absorption capacity. This high value is because fine semolina are of small particle size and they provide greater surface area for buckwheat starch granules. Table 1 shows that buckwheat fine semolina was subjected for different pre-treatments like roasting, soaking, steaming, drying, and roasting in combination to improve the cooking time and to improve the texture and reduce the cooking time as well as acceptability of the cooked product. Roasting was carried out at 110 and 120 degrees Celsius for 7 and 5 minutes respectively. And buckwheat fine semolina was soaked in normal water at 25 degrees Celsius for 2 hours and at hot water at 50 degrees Celsius for 1 hour, steamed for 1.5 and 2 hours, followed by drying at 50 and 60 degrees Celsius for 3 and 2 hours respectively. And the third treatment was soaked, steamed, and dried buckwheat semolina was roasted at 120 and 130 degrees Celsius for 18 and 12 minutes respectively. And out of all these pre-treatments, roasted buckwheat fine semolina at 120 degrees Celsius for 5 minutes had appealing, bright, desirable color, pleasant aroma, good taste and texture, and it was finally acceptable. Upon treating the untreated buckwheat fine semolina by roasting, soaking, steaming, and drying, roasted buckwheat fine semolina was accepted. Cooking qualities such as cooking time, cooked weight, and cooked volume was evaluated for pre-treated buckwheat fine semolina. Soaked, steamed, and dried buckwheat fine semolina ranked first in terms of cooking quality. This is because soaking hydrates and steaming gelatinizes the starch content, and roasting alone, it removes the moisture and results in dextrinization, and hence it reduces the cooked weight as well as cooked volume. This is the sensory profile of cooked buckwheat pre-treated fine semolina that shows the roasted buckwheat fine semolina had the highest acceptability index compared to other two treatments, because fine semolina with less particle size and greater exposure of surface area when roasted was completely cooked with acceptable flavor. And to conclude, roasted buckwheat fine semolina was finally characterized for development of ready-to-cook buckwheat upma mix. Thank you.
Thank you, Sindhu. Again, it is a product development. I just wanted to know the purpose of this product development that you have taken.
Okay, ma'am, since it is gluten-free, which is usually present in wheat, barley, and other grain products, it is an immune reaction by eating gluten, which causes some inflammation and damages the small intestine or intestinal lining, ma'am. And it also prevents or it also leads to the malabsorption of other nutrients. So it is mainly concentrated to celiac patients. And since it is a pool of balanced nutrients and also rich in dietary fiber and protein, it can be given to all age groups in the form of upma, where upma is a traditional diet where everybody consumes. So it was just a product development, ma'am.
Okay,
It was a therapeutic diet, ma'am.
Okay. Proximate analysis, it was done, or it was just the nutritive value you have done?
Ma'am, I have analyzed physicochemical properties also and proximates, as well as I've studied for shelf life parameters, ma'am.
But nutrient, that is proximate analysis, you have not done?
I have done, ma'am.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Shweta?
No, I have no particular question, but I just want to mention one thing. You do very nice slides you have made. The presentation is really very nice and clear. I think we can, take a leaf out of your slide making skills. So thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Silva. Thank you. Okay, we'll move on to the next presenter, Anjana. Are you there, Anjana?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. I'm in.
Anjana Tampi?
Yes, ma'am.
Oh,
I'm
okay.
in.
Anjana will be talking on state-wise dietary diversity profile of rural Indian children, multivariant analysis of NNMB database 2012-11. Over to you, Anjana.
Yes, ma'am. Hope my slides are visible.
Yes, yes, it is.
Okay. Okay, thank you, ma'am. I'm Anjana Tampi, PhD scholar, Department of Clinical Nutrition and Dietetics, Sri Devaraj URS Academy of Higher Education and Research, Kolar. So the title for my today's presentation is State-wise Dietary Diversity Profile of Rural Indian Children, a multivariate analysis of National Nutrition Monitoring Bureau NNMB database 2011 and 12. Moving on to the introduction part. The nutritional status of children is a pressing national concern in the Indian context always. Dietary diversity has emerged as a promising tool to address malnutrition, as several studies indicates that it is positively correlated with the nutritional status of the population. According to the United Nations systems, dietary diversity is defined as the number of different individual foods or food groups consumed in a given time period. Even studies suggest that diet diversity is related to nutrient adequacy and to diet variety. And diet diversity has become one of the most effective long-term strategies for improving the nutritional status of the population. And increasing the variety of foods and even the food groups is recommended in most dietary guidelines by individual countries and also by international organizations such as World Health Organization, which ensures adequate intake of essential nutrients and promote good health. Even the dietary guidelines for Indians by National Institute of Nutrition, ICMR, suggest dietary diversity as an important measure towards good health. Now, I would like to take a small glance over the National Nutrition Monitoring Bureau. The National Nutrition Monitoring Bureau was established in the year 1972 by ICMR with a central reference laboratory at the National Institute of Nutrition, Hyderabad. Later, it was established in 10 states of India, including Andhra Pradesh, Gujarat, Karnataka, Kerala, and so on. And the Bureau, since its inception, has been carrying out different diet and nutrition surveys on a regular basis in the rural and tribal areas, as well as spatial surveys. And the results of the surveys are being published as NNNB reports, technical reports, ranging from 1 to 26. Now, the rationale behind my study is that several recent studies based on National Family Health Service and National Sample Survey Organization data on food consumption and food intake have concluded that increasing dietary diversity at the state level is an effective measure to reduce childhood malnutrition in India. And this statement has got great significance in today's India's context, as India is land to number of millions of malnourished children. And several studies also suggest that diet diversity reflects the higher diet quality, which is positively correlated to the nutritional status. And studies so far have also shown that non-diversified diet can have negative consequences on individuals' health, well-being, and development. And as we all know, India being a diversified country with different cuisines established across the states, but are we consuming a diversified diet actually? So with this background, we have formulated two objectives. The first one being to derive the dietary diversity scores from the food groups consumed by the children. And the second one, to assess the state-wise dietary diversity using the dietary diversity score calculated. Now, moving on to the methodology. As I mentioned, the source of my secondary data is the database of NNNB Technical Report number 26, 2012, which is based on the diet and nutritional status of rural population, which is a report of the third repeat survey by NNNB. And the study design the NNNB adopted was a cross-sectional community-based survey adopting multi-stage random sampling procedure in 10 states, NNNB states during the year 2011 and 12. And the sample size they considered for the study was around 9,859 children under the age group 1 to 12 years. And about the selection of villages and households, around 120 villages were selected from each 10 NNNB states and 20 households from each selected villages. So this is a study design they adopted. See, all the 10 states, they were considered and they were divided into strata, and from the village, households were selected. Now, moving on to the data collection, the data on food consumption of children, as I mentioned, in the age group 1 to 12 years, from 20 households of 120 villages were considered for the study, and 1 day 24 recall method of the diet survey was carried out. And regarding the food groups consumed, 13 food groups were considered by the NNNB, which are cereals and millets, pulses and legumes, green leafy vegetables, other vegetables, roots and tubers, nuts and oilseeds, condiments and spices, fruits, flesh foods, milk and milk products, fats and oils, sugar and jaggery, and other foods included salt, pickle, papads, etc. Now moving on to the dietary diversity score calculation. The dietary diversity score was constructed based on the number of food groups consumed among the 13 groups I mentioned just now. And it was divided into tertile values indicating 3 dietary diversity categories of 1 to 6, 7 to 8, and more than or equal to 9. The first tertile value refers to the food intake by the children up to 33%, and the second value refers to 66%, and the third one more than 66%. And hence, the dietary diversity score of less than 6 was considered as low dietary diversity score or an inadequate dietary diversity score. Now, all the descriptive statistical methods were considered, and ANOVA with Kruskal values one-way ANOVA was also used for the study, and the analysis was done using SPSS version 19. Moving on to the results and discussion. About the consumption pattern by the children, when the consumption pattern of food groups was checked against the age groups, significant differences were observed except for the milk and milk products food group. It implies that the consumption pattern is varying across the age groups except for the milk and milk products. It also showed an increasing trend in the consumption pattern as age advances. So here, the mean values of DDS across age groups, and we can see till 1 to 6 years, the diet diversity score was increasing, and from 7 to 12 years, we can see there is a similarity in the mean values. Now, based on the results of food groups consumption, the results regarding the intake of food groups by children indicate that cereals and millets form the bulk of the Indian diets of rural children. The result also implied that about 50% of children in the given age group were not consuming any of the food groups in the category of green leafy vegetables, fruits, nuts, and oil seeds, and about 75% is not taking any of the flesh foods and other foods, which is an important factor which we need to be tackled carefully. And approximately about 25% were also found to be not including pulses and legumes and milk products in their diets, which primarily accounts for the protein intake. And moving on to the inadequacy of DDS, low DDS across the state. As we can see, the states of Uttar Pradesh and Maharashtra were having high inadequacy of DDS, where the southern states such as Tamil Nadu, Kerala, and Karnataka were having a better dietary diversity score compared to the northern states. So moving on to the conclusion part, the diet of Indian children lack diversity, which may adversely impact their nutritional status. And the dietary diversity score was found to be varied across the states in India, And prompt intervention strategies has to be implemented to increase the consumption of least consumed foods in states with higher inadequacy of DDS among children for their better growth and development. So these were the limitations of the study. And I'm done with today's presentation. Thank you all.
Thank you, Anjana. I'm happy that at least Karnataka has got higher percentage of the dietary diversity than any other. And hopefully, does it correlate with the percent of malnutrition?
Yes, ma'am. Actually, we had done a further study on this, but I have not included in this. Actually, the states with better diversity had shown lower stunting and other malnutrition indices. So it was actually like southern states were showing more better diet diversity.
Because recent research says that Karnataka is suffering around 52% of the children are suffering with malnutrition of different grades, both stunting as well as wasting is there. So is there any correlation with the percent what you have quoted as
yeah, actually from our
Karnataka
study
is better off with their dietary
yes,
diversity?
yes, ma'am.
And
But actually the data was of 2011 and 12. So maybe like we have covered the data from that period only for the analysis. So from those data, we can conclude that yes, Tamil Nadu and other Karnataka and even Kerala, they had a better diversity, which actually correlates with a better nutritional status of the children in the particular age group.
But you cannot say that to the present scenario. It is not indicating the present scenario.
No, not yet, ma'am. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Shweta?
Yes, ma'am. Hi, Anjana. Nice presentation.
Thank you, ma'am.
Basically, yeah, I have this again, my questions are quite basic, okay? So my question is, how do we define dietary diversification? Meaning practically, how do you, suggest people that they diversify their diet? In the sense, do you have a number that, you should be eating these many foods? So then you can call it as, yes.
Yeah. Actually, ma'am, diet diversity itself is defined as the number of foods or individual foods or food groups consumed by an individual over a reference period of time. And for our study, they have included a 24-hour time period. Okay. So within that time period and in the given amount of the food groups which I've already listed about among the 13 food groups, okay, if they are consuming at least more than 6 food groups, yes, we can say that they are having a moderate diet diversity. And what I have categorized here is a low inadequate diet diversity is that from the 13 food groups, at least they were not even consuming at least 6 food groups. So that was my cutoff value to categorize it as a low diet diversity or inadequacy in diet diversity.
Okay. So because in Japan, I think the number is around 30. So in a day, they should be eating around, 30.
Yeah, maybe they have a diversified diet.
I just wanted to know whether the, report has given any particular number. So as you mentioned, they have given number for, total food groups.
Food groups they consumed. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Yeah. Thank you, Anjana.
Thank you, ma'am.
We'll move on to the next presenter, Purvi Garg.
Yes, ma'am.
Are you there?
Yes, ma'am.
Purvi?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Purvi will be presenting her paper on effect of COVID-19 pandemic on intake of immunity boosting foods and supplements in college going students. Over to you, Purvi.
Thank you, ma'am. Ma'am, is my presentation visible?
Yes.
Okay, ma'am. Good afternoon, all. Thank you to the organizers for providing me an opportunity for presenting my paper at this conference. I am Purvi Garg, currently pursuing masters from Manav Rachna University. and I am presenting this under the guidance of Dr. Pratibha Singh, who is a professor at Department of Nutrition and Dietetics at Manav Rachna, Faridabad. So I'm here to present my paper on effect of COVID-19 pandemic on intake of immunity boosting foods and supplements in college going students. So the aim of the study is to study the effect of COVID-19 pandemic on intake of immunity boosting food and supplements in college going students. COVID-19 has affected everyone worldwide with more than 49 million cases and still counting. One of the most important preventive measure of the disease was to make people confined to their homes, and this was referred as lockdown, as we all know. So this confinement has affected everyone's health in every aspect, that is physically, socially, mentally, and emotionally. And among this, the immunity is one of the most talked health aspect. So the UNESCO estimates that about 32 crore students are affected in India, including both school and colleges, due to this COVID-19 pandemic. So the number has been large, and the immunity boosting is a trending topic associated with coronavirus pandemic, appearing alongside numerous hypothetical cures, treatment, and preventive strategies. Media have reported that COVID-19 pandemic has hastened the market of mainstreaming of immunity boosting food and dietary supplements. So I conducted a survey in the college going students. This was a cross-sectional study, and the data was collected through an online forms, Google Forms. And the study was conducted on the students of Delhi NCR. So the target population was the college going students pursuing graduation, post-graduation, or PhD. And the inclusion criteria of the participants was the students who were between the age range of 18 to 30 years. Study sampling, purposive sampling was used as a sampling technique, and the sample size was 130 students. Data collection instruments, a self-administered questionnaire was used, and it consisted of 3 parts. Part A comprised of question on the personal details like name, age, gender, and socioeconomic status was also assessed by using Kopuswamy scale. And then part B comprised of the anthropometric measurement, in which height and weight was asked, and the BMI was calculated according to it. And part C consisted of the question on the consumption of immunity boosting food items and dietary supplements during this pandemic. So this table shows the demographic profile of the data. A total of 130 students student subjects were studies. Majority of them were females, that is of 86.9%. And the 82.3% of the people were between the age of 18 to 22. Now 4 locations, that is Faridabad, Gurugram, Noida, and Delhi were taken. The Gurugram, 41.5% of the people were from Gurugram, and 23.1% people were from the Faridabad. Now when it comes to the education, 74.6 people were graduate, and 74.6 again were belonging to the nuclear family. Now, as of their socioeconomic status, which was assessed using the Kopuswamy scale, showed that in the upper class, there were 23.8% of the subjects, whereas in lower class, there was 0%, as most of the data was collected from private universities of Delhi, Gurugram, Faridabad, and Noida, and upper middle class and lower middle class that consisted of 53 and 15.3% respectively. This chart shows the distribution of subjects according to their BMI. Most of the people, that is 53.8, were reported normal, whereas 11% were reported overweight. and 28% of the people were reported obese. So people who were taking natural food items to boost their immunity were 86.2%, and the intake of nutritional supplement was reported by 44.6%, whereas 55.4% people did not consume any of the nutritional supplement to boost their immunity. So this is the list of various immunity boosting natural foods, and the majority of the participants have reported citrus fruits intake in their diet for the immunity boosting, and ginger and kada and tulsi were also among the reported food by the participants, which were reported in large quantity. Amla and Chyawanprash had the least interest. This might be due to their flavor. This chart depicts the consumption of dietary supplements. As you can see, the multivitamins and vitamin C have gained a lot of popularity as in comparison to calcium, vitamin B, vitamin D, E, and zinc. Vitamin D and zinc consumption is reported to be 23.7 and 18.4% respectively. Calcium was the least consumed as it does not have any significant impact on the immunity. So the study revealed that the most consumed natural food during quarantine was citrus fruit, as citrus fruit have a high vitamin C content, and vitamin C is renowned for its immunity boosting properties. Vitamin C helps in enhancing immunity by increasing antiviral cytokines and free radical formation. The second most consumed food was ginger. In the current study, 54.4% of the students did not take any dietary supplements, and among the rest, 44.6%, vitamin C and multivitamins were the most consumed dietary supplements. 86.2% of the participants have reported the consumption of natural food item, whereas 13.8% did not consume any. Natural food consumption was more as compared to the nutritional supplements. At this moment, there is not yet a compelling evidence to justify the use of dietary supplementation to prevent or treat COVID-19. However, some vitamins and minerals have shown some beneficial effects concerning to COVID-19. This study also shows that due to the pandemic, the inclination towards the Ayurveda is gaining more popularity, or not just among an elderly, but also in college-going students, like consumption of kada and ginger and tulsi, etc. So these are my references, and thank you.
Thank you, Purvi. There is a question for you in the chat box asking for why 130 sample size selected.
Actually, ma'am, it was my sample size was 30. I took it as 100, but due to this, sorry, I took it 150 due to COVID. The study was impacted and it came out to be 130.
And to add to that question, I would like to ask you, how did you distribute? Because you have selected 4 colleges or 4 areas, isn't it? So Faridabad, Gurgaon, Delhi, and one more place you have taken. And how was the distribution done?
Ma'am, it was randomly
even or no?
Randomly distributed.
Okay. Okay. And the other thing is, like, I just wanted to ask you, you have taken the anthropometric assessment. Did you correlate it with the consumption pattern or consumption of the immune boosting foodstuffs?
Yes, ma'am.
Was there any correlation? Why did you take? What was the...
Yes, ma'am. Actually, I did correlate it. I did see their association, but there was no significant association seen between the socioeconomic group as well as the BMI to the nutritional supplements and the immunity boosting foods.
Okay. Yeah, I think over to you, Dr. Shweta.
Yes, ma'am. Purvi, nice effort. And yes, my question is, what do you have to, I mean, does this immune boosting thing really exist? Or is it
Yes,
just a myth?
yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. So,
Boost your immunity.
yes, ma'am. So this is what I told in the PPT also. Still there is a lack of evidence when it comes to dietary supplements or even this, but still people are consuming. So more research should be conducted on this. Is really are really these immunity boosting foods which are gaining so much of popularity, are really they having an impact? And since this was conducted in the study was conducted in January, and still now, as you know, that pandemic has come into picture again, and now people are again into all these things. So we don't know till when it is going to be, until when people are going to consume this food. Till will it be like, will it be the part of our diet forever or what? So still more research is needed on this.
Purvi, the question was actually scientifically there is nothing called as immunity boosting. Okay, so when you look at the mechanism of how immunity works, okay, the total phraseology which is used might be a myth. So basically, this is again my understanding when we are talking with respect to kadas and all the other food ingredients which are sort of being promoted as immune boosting. So maybe they are talking with respect to its nutraceutical components. So I think yes. So yeah, but anyways, a very nice effort. Yeah, thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Our next presenter is Fatima Shoaib Akhtar. Fatima, you are there?
Yes, ma'am. Am I audible?
Yeah, okay. Fatima will be presenting a paper on development and evaluation of NutriDense multi-seed crackers. You can start sharing your PPT, Fatima, and start
Yes,
your
ma'am.
presentation.
Yes, ma'am. I'm just sharing. Is my PPT visible, ma'am?
No.
Okay, one second. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Fatima Shoaib Akhtar, MSc student from Shrimati VHG Central Institute of Home Science.
Fatima, audio is not clear.
Hello.
Yeah.
Yes, ma'am. I'm Fatima Shoaib Akhtar from Shrimati VHG Central Institute of Home Science. I will be presenting my paper on development and evaluation of NutriDense multi-seed cracker under the guidance of Dr. Vaijayanti Kanaguru. Introduction. So what is a cracker? A cracker, it is basically a flat, dry baked food typically made with refined flour. So flavorings or seasonings such as salt, herbs, or cheese may be added to the dough or sprinkled on top before baking. So my product, basically a NutriDense multi-seed cracker, is made up of flaxseed powder, flax seeds, sunflower seeds, sesame seeds, and pumpkin seeds. The aim of the study was to develop a NutriDense multi-seed cracker. The objectives were to standardize a NutriDense multi-seed cracker using seeds with functional components. The next one was to study the acceptability of the product using 9-point hedonic scale, and then to calculate the nutritive value of the developed cracker, to study the shelf life of the product, and to do the cost calculations of the product. Research hypothesis: the developed NutriDense multi-seed cracker provides more nutrients than regular crackers available in the market. methodology. So the first step was the selection of raw ingredients: dehusked flax seeds, sunflower seeds, sesame seeds, pumpkin seeds, flaxseed powder. So what was the rationale for the selection of the raw ingredients? So the first ingredient, flax seeds, they are good source of alpha-linolenic acids, which prevents cholesterol from being deposited in the blood vessels of the heart, reduce inflammation in the arteries, and reduce tumor growth. The ligand, they contain ligands like high-quality protein, soluble fiber, and other phenolic compounds. So fiber basically promotes the regular bowel movement and can improve the digestive health. Sunflower seeds, they are loaded with vitamins and minerals, including vitamin E, folate, phosphorus, selenium. Vitamin E has a strong anti-inflammatory property and reduces the risk of heart disease. Folate is important for DNA synthesis. Phosphorus, it plays a key role for bone health, and selenium is an antioxidant that protects against cell damage. Sesame seeds are a good source of omega-3 fatty acids, protein, B vitamins, minerals, and fibers. Proteins, as we know, helps to lower cardiovascular disease risk. Omega-3 fatty acid benefits heart health by reducing blood clotting. Fiber as well as fiber disease, they lower the blood sugar due to the insoluble fiber content. The last one, the pumpkin seeds. They're a great source of protein and unsaturated fats like omega-3 fatty acids. They contain good range of nutrients, including iron, magnesium, selenium, calcium, B vitamins. So magnesium, it helps in control the blood pressure. It reduces the heart diseases, and it helps in maintaining and forming healthy bones. It also regulates blood sugar levels. Whereas the vitamins also, they make sure that these bodies create new body cells and help in maintaining healthy skin, brains, and other body tissues. The next step in the methodology is that after selection of the raw ingredients, we will dry roast the seeds and we will powder the roasted flax seeds. Then this is basically the method of preparation of the Nutridance multi-seed cracker. After that, the next step, we'll mix all the dry roasted ingredients and we'll add salt. And after that, we add water and mix the above mixture to get a thick paste. Now, this thick paste is put into a mold to the desired shape of the crackers, and then they're baked at 180 degrees Celsius for 20 minutes in an oven. Then we will store them in an airtight container. So next, after that, we do sensory evaluation and the nutrient analysis. So 3 variations of the product were prepared using different composition of the ingredients. So this table here shows the most accepted variation. Ingredient composition of the most accepted variation of the product. As you can see in the pie chart, the quantity per 100 gram of the ingredients is given. So the flaxseed powder, 25 grams, flax seeds 20, sunflower seeds, sesame seeds, and pumpkin seeds 15 grams each, and salt and water are used in preparing the most accepted variation of the cracker. So the next slide, it shows the composition of the ingredients of all the 3 different variations of the product that were prepared. Results. So the sensory evaluation was done with keeping 3 variations of the product and it was done by semi-trained panelists. So the mean sensory attributes of the variation of the product shows that the most accepted variation is variation 1, whose nutrient composition was also shown in the slide, ingredient composition. So it had an overall acceptability of 8.6 and odor 8.6 and taste 8.6 and texture, color and appearance 8.6, 8.4. So this was done with the help of 9-point hedonic scale rating. The next is the shelf life study of Nutridance multi-seed crackers. So it was done at room temperature for 34 degrees Celsius. So from total 10 days it was done. From day 1 to day 5, the acceptability, the appearance was acceptable. The color was very nice, brown and white. The aroma was pleasant. The texture was crisp. From day 6 to day 10, it was good. The appearance was good. It was acceptable. The aroma became less aromatic. It was crisp. But by day 11, the appearance started to fade and light brown and white color. Then there was a pungent smell that we could get from the product, and so the product became not acceptable due to this pungent smell. So the shelf life study was stopped at day 10. So the figure at the right shows the shelf life after 10 days of study at room temperature. The next, it is the nutritive value of the product in comparison to the regular one. As you can see in the graph, the regular cracker, it lacks in many nutrients such as omega-3 fatty acid, vitamin E, calcium, and many such. And the carbohydrate, protein, dietary fiber, and vitamin B6 and iron content are also very less as compared to the product that we have developed in this study. The next slide, it speaks about the budgeting of the standardized Nutrients multi-seed crackers. So the budgeting has been done on the basis of the quantity, the rate of the quantities per 100 grams available in the market, and the rate that we have used for the product. So the final cost of the Nutrients multi-seed cracker, including the packaging cost, was ₹64 for 100 grams of the product, whereas the market price for a normal gender regular cracker is ₹109 for 100 grams. Next, I would like to summarize by telling that these Nutrients multi-seed crackers are baked products which are made up of flaxseed powder and seeds which can be eaten as a snack during any time of the day. The flaxseed powder used in making the crackers in order to increase its nutritive value and make it more nutritious than the regular crackers. So seeds, sesame seeds, sunflower seeds, pumpkin seeds, and flax seeds with function properties were selected for developing the product. So we have seen that it has a shelf life of 10 days. Conclusion. So basically, I'd like to conclude that it is an ideal nutrient snack suitable for all age groups. The value-added Nutrients multi-seed crackers developed in this investigation can replace regular crackers. These crackers are crisp, flavorful, and loaded with healthy ingredients. They're easy to make and are perfect for an on-the-go snack. Though the functional properties are known, intervention studies need to be done on the beneficial effects of this product on patients with cardiovascular diseases, diabetes, and any other such diseases.
Thank you, Fatima. I think it was a very good presentation with all the necessary investigations that had to be done. So I congratulate you. Over to you, Shweta, if you have got any questions.
No, as such, even I don't have any questions because I think most of the things needed for this work was covered. So yeah, thank you, Fatima.
Yes. Okay, thank you, Fatima. We'll start, go ahead with the next presenter. Next presenter will be Saiba Sara. She'll be talking intake and physical fitness of adolescent girls between 18 to 19 years. Over to you, Saiba.
Hello, good morning, ma'am. Good afternoon, sorry. So I'll be presenting on the nutrient intake. Let me share my screen. Okay. Good afternoon. My name is Saiba Sara Huma. I've done my MSc from the Department of Food and Nutrition from Srimati VHC Home Science College. So I'll be presenting on the nutrient intake and physical fitness of underweight adolescent girls. Am I audible enough?
Yes, yes, yes.
Okay. So starting with the introduction. Starting with the introduction. Underweight is defined as a body mass index of less than 18.5, and in children and adolescents, it poses a considerable public health problem internationally. And adolescence is one of the nutritional stress periods of life with profound growth when it comes with increased demands of nutrients. And it was reported that underweight in adolescence is associated with poor perceived health, and thus it is a serious health condition with substantial consequences for development, health, and well-being in both children and adolescents. And underweight adolescents are likely to be underweight in young adulthood also. Therefore, it is important to prevent the underweight in adolescents so that for the good health during both adolescence and adulthood. And research studies have also shown the decline in physical activity levels during adolescence, particularly in girls, and it suggests that girls developing active lifestyle as adolescents facilitates them to continue with their active lifestyle in adulthood also. My review of literature was carried under these subheadings of anthropometric measurements and nutrient intake and physical activity. So some important findings from a study in 2012, it was found that the underweight girls overestimated their weight significantly compared to the normal weight girls. And from a study from 2016, it was seen that the 50% of high school girls suffer from severe food insecurity and 14.7% suffer from mild food insecurity. And after the food analysis, it was seen that micronutrients such as zinc,
Sarah,
iron.
if you can go directly to your study, please go to your study.
Oh, yeah, sure, ma'am. Okay, so coming to the methodology, the aim was to study the nutrient intake and physical fitness level of college-going underweight adolescent girls, and the objectives were to screening to identify the underweight adolescent girls with BMI less than 18.5, to assess the nutrient intake of the underweight adolescent girls, and to assess the physical fitness levels of them. The hypothesis made was there is a direct correlation between the BMI of underweight adolescent girls and their nutrient intake and physical fitness levels. So the scope of the study was to carry out to assess the physical fitness and nutrient intake to find out if there is a correlation between the BMI of the adolescent girls and the nutrient intake and physical fitness levels. Adolescents are facing excessive stress regarding their studies, they tend to have irregular dietary patterns, less physical activity, and poor health. And lifestyle is also a key reason for the low consumption, poor food choices, and poor health among the adolescents. The limitations of the study was the sample size was limited to 60 college-going adolescent girls aged 18 to 19 years of different government and private colleges of Bangalore, with 1/3 of them actively participating in the physical activity, mainly due to time constraints and lack of cooperation. So the methodology was carried under the headings, the formulation of the research design, where survey method was used and the questionnaire was constructed. Then the selection of samples by random purposive sampling method, and conducting the study under 3 phases, like phase 1 administering the questionnaire, and phase 2 taking the anthropometric measurements and scoring their physical fitness, and phase 3 was the intervention, and then there was analysis and interpretation of the data and summary and conclusion. The plan of work, sample size was 60, the underweight adolescent girls with BMI less than 18.5 of 18 to 19 years. The place of study was private and government colleges of Bangalore. Purposive random sampling method was used, and the formulation and administration of the questionnaire. The assessment was done of the anthropometry, the nutrient intake, and the physical activity. The physical fitness tests used were under flexibility, 10-second standing flexibility test was conducted. Under muscular endurance, 2 minutes crunches, and under cardiovascular, 5 minutes chest test. These were the pictures of the. And coming to the results and discussion, it was seen that 50% of the respondents under the age group of 18 years were severely malnourished, and under the age group of 19 years, 62.5% of girls were noted with mild malnutrition. And coming to the nutrient intake, coming to the nutrient intake, the percentage adequacy in comparison with the RDA, the percentage adequacy of energy and protein was found to be considerably lesser than the RDA. While it is interesting to see that the percentage adequacy of fat was found to be higher than the RDA, and it was found to be inadequate, and it was found to be higher and statistically established non-significant results, while both energy and protein was found to be inadequate and statistically found significant. The mean consumption of carbohydrates among the respondents found to be like 94.9 grams. And coming to the physical fitness, coming to the physical fitness, majority of the respondents showed poor performances in the physical fitness test, As we can see in the stepwise, it is 55% showed poor performance, and in crunches 40% showed poor performance, and in standing flex 75% of them failed the test. And then coming to the relationship between the nutrients and the activity with the body mass index, the results indicate that there is a positive relationship between the BMI and the energy, protein, and carbohydrate consumption, while there was a negative significant relationship between the BMI and the fat consumption. So it can be inferred that higher the body mass index, that is nearer to 18.5, better is the consumption of energy, protein, and carbohydrates, and vice versa in the fat consumption. And coming to the activity, the relationship between body mass index and physical fitness, the results indicate that there exists a positive relationship between the BMI and the pulse rate and crunch rate. It can be inferred that the higher the body mass index, better is the physical fitness level. And to conclude, there is a direct and positive correlation between the BMI of college-going underweight adolescent girls and the nutrient intake and physical fitness level. The hypothesis is hence proved. A holistic approach is necessary to maintain good health and a good nutritional status among the adolescent girls. And it is further recommended to conduct a nutritional health education intervention in terms of food quantity, quality, and mindful eating to improve their dietary habits and to introduce fitness activities on daily basis to improve the physical fitness of the underweight adolescents, which is the need of the hour. Thank you. Hello. Hello.
Hello.
Yes.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, there's two questions posted on the chat box. One is there is no sampling method called purposive random sampling. That is true. You have that, and the other thing is like in the nutrient intake table, the sample size was shown as 20. So, but when you selected, it was 60. That is even I observed this. So, which is correct, like 20 or 60?
No, it was like the entire sample size was 60, ma'am. But for the nutrient intake, and the physical fitness, the 1/3 of the sample was selected.
Okay. Yeah. Nice presentation. I think over to you, Shweta, if you have got any doubts, any questions.
Yes, Sarah. Yes, as I mentioned, there is one question pertaining to purposive random sampling. Okay.
Yeah.
Tell what it is.
Yes.
Sorry, ma'am, I can't hear you.
Can you see the chat box?
Yeah.
Yeah. So in that, from Ravi Shankar Suryanarayan, I think. So
yeah.
There is no sampling method called purposive random sampling. Do you agree with this?
I'm not really sure. It was like it was a random sampling was done, and it was for a purpose. There were many girls selected, under which only the underweight girls with BMI of less than 18.5 were taken for the study.
Yes. So basically, it means there does exist.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Yeah. We'll move on to the next presenter, Harpreet Kaur. She'll be presenting a paper on a cross-section. You have got a question? Yeah, please carry on. Sir, you can ask. Saida, sir, Ravi Shankar sir has a question for you.
Yes, sir.
Saida, are you there?
Yes.
Sir,
there's some network issues.
Sir, your audio is not clear, sir.
Okay, the correlation what you have tested which supports your objective. Most of the correlations the correlation is very, very weak and doesn't have any statistical significance. So how do you justify your achievement of objective?
So your audio is not very clear, but what I could hear was only the carbohydrate parameters were significant. Yeah, so
Significant positive. Apart from that, rest of the parameters, the correlation is very, very weak. 0.06 something or something. Very weak. So cannot justify with your objectives.
objective was saying that the underweight girls will have poor consumption. So there is a direct correlation between the underweight, the BMI and the nutrition intake. Like lesser is the BMI and lesser is their consumption. So that's why it shows a positive significance. While coming to the fat, there was higher fat consumption mostly due to the junk food consumption, and that's why it showed a non-significant result.
Non-significance is one. It's showing very, very weak correlation. Probably we are not. Have you estimated this? Or it's just obscurely selected the samples as 60
Sir, I can't really understand, or like your network is very poor.
Okay.
Hello. Hello.
Hello, sir. Hello.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for that.
Okay, thank you, sir. So we'll move on to the next presenter, Harpreet Kaur. She'll be talking on a cross-sectional study to find the nutritional profile of pregnant women diagnosed newly with hypothyroidism. Over to you, Harpreet.
Good afternoon, everyone. I hope I am audible and my PPTs are visible.
Yeah.
Ma'am, can I go ahead?
Yes.
Yeah, thank you so much, ma'am. Yeah, thank you so much. So today I'm going to present about some findings on nutritional profile of a pregnant woman who were diagnosed newly with hypothyroidism. So I'll be proceeding in my presentation under these headings. So to start with, we all know that pregnancy is a crucial period for every woman's life and is a period that, where the great physiological stress change takes place even on the mother and the fetus. Pregnancy is compounded by endocrine disorders such as hypothyroidism, and it is potential for maternal and fetal adverse outcomes. And these outcomes can be immense. And nowadays, with the newer trends, thyroid diseases have become the second most endocrine disorders after gestational diabetes in pregnancy. So thyroid diseases possesses a substantial challenge on the physiology of a pregnant woman and has significant, it has been noted that there is significant maternal and fetal implications of this. So what was the need for me to study this, like for us to study this? During pregnancy, there is spontaneous hypothyroidism prevalence of about 2 to 3%, with 0.3 to 0.5% presenting with overt hypothyroidism and 2 to 2.5% with subclinical hypothyroidism. So we understood that the prevalence of hypothyroidism is increasing all over the globe, and particularly in Indian setting also. There is a lot of research which has been published and showing that prevalence of hypothyroidism is seen very frequently nowadays. So it becomes very important for us as a nutritionist to understand that what is the nutritional profile of these pregnant females who are detected with hypothyroidism during the pregnancy. So keeping that research gap in mind, we have undertaken this study with the objectives to assess the nutritional profile of the pregnant females diagnosed newly with hypothyroidism, to find the TSH level, hemoglobin, blood glucose levels, and also to assess the nutritional health related knowledge during pregnancy for these study participants. So material and methods, my study is basically a hospital-based study which was conducted on 300 pregnant women by convenient sampling. Why I have written convenient sampling is because we have calculated the sample size, which came up to 900, last year when we took up this study, but because of the COVID-19 pandemic, we didn't got so many patients. So we landed up on, we ended up with the discussion with our statistician that we will convert this into sampling, convenient sampling. So whoever has come during that period, we have enrolled them as per the eligibility criteria. And the age group was 18 to 35 years with the single term pregnancy, attending antenatal clinic before 24 weeks in the Department of Obstetrics and Gynec from Dr. Prabhakar Kore Hospital and MRC from the March 2020 to March 2021. So method of collection of data, it is in cross-sectional study. We have taken the ethical approval and informed consent, written informed consent was obtained from all the study participants. So this is the way we have enrolled the study participants. We have assessed them for the eligibility, and all we have got almost 328 participants, study participants during that period. We excluded 28. Ineligible were 15 and 13 refused to participate in the study. So we got 300 pregnant women who have enrolled for the study, and we started with the data collection and finally analysis. So we assessed the parameters: demographic profile, that is in age in years, socioeconomic status as per the modified Kupuswamy scale, their religion, then nutritional profile by 3 days dietary recall method, biochemical parameters by TSH level, hemoglobin spectrometer and by spectrophotometry, and blood glucose levels were measured by DIPSI method as they have come for first time for the ANC checkup. Anthropometric profile was also noted in terms of height and weight. We have not calculated BMI as such because it doesn't make sense during the pregnancy. It doesn't make really good sense unless there is some comorbidities. And the clinical history, we have taken a pre-tested questionnaire to understand the knowledge of nutrition among the study participants. And after collecting and putting into our data sheet, we have analyzed the descriptive data by the descriptive analysis by mean and standard deviation. The comparison with the normative value was made by unpaired t-test, and p-value less than 0.5 was considered statistically significant, and we have used SPSS 23.0 software for analysis. Now coming to results and discussion, this is the distribution of the age groups. So what we found that mean age group of our study participants was 26.25 plus minus 4.35 with the standard deviation. And we can see here in their socioeconomic data, socioeconomic status, which depends upon the socioeconomic score, depends upon their education level, their income level and everything. So we can see here the maximum participants from the lower middle class and upper middle class, where we have least participation from the absolutely lower class families. And we have fairly equal distribution for Hindu and the Muslim participants, whereas Christian were very few. And yes, coming to the nutrient intake measured by 3 days, 23-hour recall questionnaire. So we can see here, we can compare here this daily recommended intake for Indian pregnant women with the mean and standard deviation which we have got. So when we compare, what we have found, like 95% of the female have less than a daily requirement intake for their energy levels. 84% have decreased total protein levels consumption, 16% with the carbohydrate consumption less, and dietary fiber, almost 98% of the female had less consumption of the dietary fiber. These were the vitamins, all almost fall in that category. We can see here zinc has comparatively better this thing, because as soon as they have come for the checkup, or most of them were taking iron and even the folate pills. That was a thing, and we can see even the calcium level was also falling short in most of the patient, that is approximately 98. So coming to their biochemical profile, coming to TSH level, we have divided them into subclinical hypothyroidism and clinical. Both of them, although were started on the medication, Eltroxin 25 to 50 mg were given by the concerned gynecologist, which we have noted to do the further analysis and to compare them in next stage with their nutritional profile, how they are going to affect, and there will be to establish an interlink between everything. So we had the cutoff limits, and we observed that almost 34.33% of the female were falling under the category of subclinical hypothyroidism, and 65% were falling in the category of clinical hypothyroidism. Now, why we have done these two categories here is, hello, hello, hello.
Hello, continue.
Okay, okay.
Harpreet.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Okay. So why we have done these two categories was because we have seen in this category of clinical hypothyroidism also the low dose of medications was started, and when we research do the review of literature, we found that in Indian scenario what they have reported that even the low cutoff of even subclinical hypothyroidism have a severe implication on the fetal outcomes. So anything less than anything more than 3 was taken under the category of hypothyroidism treatment itself. Then coming to hemoglobin percentage, it is nothing new which we have found. It is same on similar guidelines. Also a lot of work is has been done also, but still we are not able to meet our hemoglobin levels. Most of the females were like under the category of mild to moderate anemia. And then blood glucose level, this is a DIPSI method, that is taking 75 mg of the oral glucose tolerance test and then seeing their blood glucose at the interval of every 2 hours. So what the normal cutoff level was more than 140 mg per day, and what we have observed that 48.66% of female have the mean value of somewhere between 144.34 plus and minus 8.6, like they were stepping towards the impaired glucose tolerance, and these people are near the borderline. You can say they have somewhere between 128. So we can see here, because of endocrine this thing changes, it's very obvious to have impaired glucose tolerance also in this population. Height, this is a height division, whereas I'll just go to the weight division because this is as per what we have observed. And the weight we can see here, most of the people, when we compared their weight with the height, most of the people in the pregnancy also were falling. They were not first trimester okay, but the second trimester also the weight gain was not very effective. Like there was not proper weight gain as per the recommended weight. Now, coming to the knowledge about the nutrition in pregnancy, yes, we can see here about 164 out of 300 said that they have good knowledge about the extra nutrition during pregnancy. They told that they have learned it from their elders at home, from TV, from social media and all. Whereas 136 told that no. Either they told direct ways no, or they told we don't know clearly. So when we try to find out from these population that what is the thing factor they having, which they don't have the proper knowledge, why they don't want to eat more. So they have many myths, like some people say that if we eat more we will have difficulty in labor and it will increase our chance of having the cesarean, and we are not ready for the cesarean, that's why we don't want to eat more. Few people say that we only want to eat when we are hungry, we don't want to eat anything more. Few people are very few females said that we are having notion of getting obese after pregnancy, so we don't want that, that's why we are refraining ourselves from having nutritious dense food which is prepared at home. And a few people complain of having the stomach upset, continuous stomach upset because of the hormonal changes. And the people who said that they have the good knowledge about the diet during pregnancy, out of them 69.5% they were following one or the other extra food item into their diet, which they were thinking that it is highly nutritious item for them. But 15.82% had the knowledge of that what is the additional diet has to be consumed, but they have financial constraint and they didn't have a good knowledge how to do that at home itself, so that's why they were not taking. And other 14.68% who had the knowledge but had very bad nausea even at the 3rd and 4th month, so they were not also consuming. So the conclusion of this study is that the pregnant women who were newly diagnosed were either falling in the subclinical or clinical hypothyroidism, would have less energy consumption, less consumption of the macro and micronutrient, less hemoglobin levels, little impaired glucose tolerance, less weight gain, and poor knowledge about the nutrition during pregnancy. And there was no facility of having the nutritional counseling during the ANC checkup. That was, our concern as a nutritionist. So what we found, like as a how we can take this study to the next level is we can do this study for the larger population to develop the baseline values for the thyroid levels in pregnancy, as we don't have any thyroid levels baseline values for the thyroid hormones in pregnancy, and accordingly we can correlate it with the nutritional profile and find out that what is the major thing, which is a major connection, which is as per the nutrition, which is causing this particular increased prevalence. We need also more sophisticated method, as we have done with the 24-hour dietary recall method. We need more sophisticated method like biochemical methods and other methods to validate this observations more appropriately. And this study is also highlighted to need to develop the program to improve the dietary intake of a pregnant woman and to optimize their health. So this is what initiative we have taken up. We have from our department, we are providing 3 free nutritional counseling during ANC checkup. This is recently we have started. So this is to make them understand their nutrition. So we have offered this, that whenever they come for the ANC checkup, so in each trimester, because each trimester they have
please
the
wind up.
Yes, ma'am. This is my yes, ma'am. Yes. So this is my references, and with the notion that all nutrition community has to join the hands to provide the adequate knowledge of nutrition during pregnancy, I'll end my presentation.
Thank you, Harpreet. Sir, Avishankar sir, if you've got any questions or queries, you're most welcome.
She has presented things.
Sir, your audio is not clear, sir. Hello.
Doesn't show any testing of statistical significance, but she has made some statistical inference based on this study. To do the statistical inference, she has given that's what.
Yes, sir. Even I do agree with yes. Yes, sir. We can hear you. Harpreet, can you hear?
Ma'am, I can hear you, but I can't hear. Ma'am, I can hear you, but I can't hear sir's.
Yeah. What Ravi Shankar Suryanarayan sir opined is that there is no statistical analysis that has been done. It is just a presentation that you have done. Correlation or anything is not there. That is what sir opined.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. This is like initial phase. We have divided the study, like it is ongoing study. So whatever findings till now we have, documented in our this thing in our project. So we just put it and have presented. Still, the analysis is still pending.
Is it PhD part
No,
or dissertation part?
No, it is not PhD and this thing, ma'am. We have taken this project as in principal investigator, as in volunteer project, and we have applied this for ICMR funding also, ma'am. But unfortunately we have not received any funding. Yeah.
Okay.
Part of her presentation, she mentioned
sir, any more?
But the basic thing is the first step itself, when they are using convenient sampling, there is no question of application of parametric test like t-test or something. So that's a very defensive this thing. That's what I wanted to impress. Unless you have a random sample selected or you are not using any random sampling technique, there is no point in using a test like parametric test like t-test or z-test, whatever. So that's what one thing I want to tell to all the presenters. So unless we have some random base using some random sampling techniques, then only we can talk about the parametric test or usage of that to make statistical inference. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, sir. Over to you, Shweta.
No, I have no questions. We can move forward. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Harpreet.
Yes,
And
thank you.
yeah, we'll move on to the next speaker, Anisha. Anisha, are you there?
Yes, ma'am. Good
Yeah,
afternoon. I'm there.
Anisha will be talking on nutritional value and health potential of the forgotten pseudo cereal, that is buckwheat in India.
Yeah. Good afternoon, respected dignitaries and everyone. Today I'm going to present a very mini review on nutritional value and health potential of the
I
forgotten
think
pseudo cereal.
someone is unmuted
Yes, ma'am.
their audio. Please mute your audio. Yeah, okay. Yeah, continue.
Okay, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. So today I'm going to present a mini review research presentation on nutritional value and health potential of the forgotten pseudo cereal in buckwheat in India. I am doing this study under my guide Pratibha Singh from Manav Ratna International Institute of Research and Studies. So buckwheat is a pseudo cereal that was cultivated since the ancient times in the world. And in India, it's an annual crop. It's grown in hilly regions. So in India, as we know, there are many thousand wild species, but they are edible in nature. So that was found by native tribes. Among that, the All India Coordinated Research Project have found that pseudo cereals are of great nutritional value. And the pseudo cereals are amaranth, quinoa, and buckwheat. So far, we have studied a lot about amaranth and quinoa. Many research articles and the media is booming among the two pseudo cereals, but buckwheat is still lacking its importance. So the methodology that I used was the literature search was done on buckwheat using PubMed, Science Direct, and Google search engines, and reviewed various original articles, review articles, food databases were reviewed. And as not much original work was done in this last decade on buckwheat, research articles since 2000 to present were also taken, and search items like cultivation, nutritional value, physical properties, functional properties, health benefits were used. So relevant cross-references for previous studies about nutritional value of other cereals was also reviewed. So as we know, pseudo cereals, the term is completely different from true cereals. So cereals are monocotyledons, whereas pseudo cereals are dicotyledons, and both have edible fruit and seed. They do not belong to the grass family, but they belong to Polygonaceae family, and Phagopyrum is a genus name. So here we have the picture of common buckwheat flour and seeds, and these are the other pseudo cereals that are amaranth, buckwheat, and quinoa. So buckwheat, where does it grow? It grows in a very higher altitudes, and it's a very short duration, that is 3 to 4 months, and thus it is the best growing crop in hilly regions, and it is adaptable to very extreme climatic conditions of cold or water and less soil fertility. So it's a highly sustainable crop because it is suitable to various extreme conditions, and it's a source of livelihood for those residing in hilly regions. So buckwheat is among the various ancient cultivated crops across Asia, and cultivated in many countries like India, China, Nepal, Canada, and North Korea, Bhutan, and very eastern Russia, Mongolia, and Japan. So in the first 20th century, the production of buckwheat has declined, and it was seen, the last data that was in 2018, 2.9 million tons was the production, but it has been declining when it was compared to the last past over 3 years. And in India, buckwheat is grown in many regions of Jammu, Kashmir, Uttarakhand, Himachal Pradesh, Chhattisgarh, West Bengal, Upper Assam, Sikkim, Meghalaya, Manipur, Arunachal Pradesh, Nilgiris, and Palani, and hills of Tamil Nadu. So this is a map of India showing the cultivation of buckwheat. So in India, there are 20 species of buckwheat, out of which only 9 species have desirable nutritional value, and only 2 are grown very commonly and consumed, that is common buckwheat and Tartary buckwheat. So the common buckwheat is called as Phagopyrum esculatum moens, and Tartary buckwheat is called as Phagopyrum tartarica. So this is the nutritional value of buckwheat compared with the other cereals, the most commonly consumed cereals in India. So if you see, the protein value is a bit higher in common buckwheat, whereas in tartary buckwheat it is more or less similar. Whereas the dietary fiber also is rich in dietary fiber and even ash content. So, however, further nutritional value is composition is needed. And then the starch component of buckwheat ranges from 59 to 69%, out of which 15 to 25% is amylose and 70 to 35% of resistant starch, and the remaining proportion is aminopectin. So apart from the amylose content, it also has some amount of reducing sugars and oligosaccharides and long-chain polysaccharides. And protein content ranges from 11 to 14% with a balanced proportion of all essential amino acids. As we all know, most of the cereals lack in lysine, but buckwheat is rich in lysine, arginine, and aspartic acid. And the protein quality is also very high, and it has 80% digestibility coefficient, and it is very rich in amino acids such as lysine, threonine, arginine, tryptophan, and sulfur-containing amino acids. So it has a very high biological value protein. The lipid content of buckwheat also ranges from 1.5 to 3.7%, and major fatty acids are palmitic, oleic, and linoleic. And buckwheat also has a good amount of vitamins and minerals. Most of the minor and major minerals are present in buckwheat. So flavonoids is the most important component of buckwheat for its unique characteristic feature. These are the secondary metabolites and naturally occurring antioxidants in food which have physiological health benefits. So in buckwheat, there are many flavonoids, but the major ones are rutin, which is also called as vitamin P. And other flavonoids are quercetin, vitexin, orantine, and isovitexin, isoorantine. So it is the only cereal that has rutin, and that forms a very good source of rutin in the diet. So rutin content also varies based upon the genotype, and also it varies upon the dry weight of the foliage of buckwheat. So it contains higher proportion of rutin and quercetin. So here are a few studies where how rutin was very beneficial. So rutin in combination with inulin, that is a polysaccharide, it was very much useful in attenuating the gut dysbiosis, the inflammatory status, and the endoplasmic plasmic reticulum stress in obese mice. So in this graph, you can see there are four groups in which the LC indicates the low-fat diet, mice with low-fat diet, and HC indicates the high-fat diet. These are the control groups. Whereas HR and HRI is high-fat diet with routine concentrations, and HRI is high-fat diet with a combination of routine and inulin. So it was seen that the combination of high-fat diet with routine has reduced the inflammatory markers, whereas along with inulin, it has completely attenuated that condition. So it was seen that it is very much beneficial to reduce the inflammatory status that was because of the high-fat diet induced mice. So it is another study where it was seen the protective effects of tartary buckwheat core extracts were seen against ethanol-induced liver injury in rats. This was seen because ALD is the most common disease that we see. So it was seen that the mice that were fed with tartary buckwheat flour extracts, they have seen that the antioxidant and intracellular antioxidant levels that have greatly increased in ALD-induced rats. So this also showed that it has reduced the oxidative stress among these mice. So these are the other studies that are supporting how bioactive compounds are present in buckwheat. That is, it has anti-tumor, antioxidant, anti-inflammatory, hepatoprotective, anti-thrombotic, and then antibacterial, antifungal, antiviral, and anti-ulcer, anti-fungi, and fatigue, and hypolipidemic and immunoregulatory effects, and neuroprotective effects, anti-diabetic, and cardioprotective effects. So these are the various studies that have shown that buckwheat, the bioactive compounds of buckwheat has various health benefits. So I would like to say that rutin has a very strong antioxidant, anti-inflammatory, anti-hypertensive properties, and it helps to prevent edema, CAD, and hemorrhagic disorders, and controlling hypertension. It also has anti-carcinogenic properties. Apart from that, the most common disorder that we have seen in India is diabetes. So this buckwheat is also has a very good glycemic control. And then the most unique point in buckwheat is it is free of gluten, and because of that, it is very much useful in celiac disease and also many skin-related disorders that are arising from the gluten. It is a very good food pseudo cereal that is very much beneficial. The tea made from tartary buckwheat is also beneficial in lowering the blood glucose levels and serum lipid levels, and it is also rich in flavonoids. So I would like to conclude that buckwheat has a very greater scope as it is a sustainable crop in any climatic stress condition, and it has many health benefits and a unique nutritional value, and it forms a very good source of protein for both vegetarian and non-vegetarian group of population, and it is gaining importance as a healthy crop due to its unique composition and health benefits. There is a need to conduct many research studies on food technology aspects of buckwheat. So here are the references that I have used. I thank the organizing team and the other dignitaries for listening to my presentation.
Thank you, Ani.
Thank you, ma'am.
Sir, any questions from you, sir?
No questions, ma'am. No questions.
Okay, okay. Thank you, sir. Shweta?
No, ma'am. No questions from my side actually.
Okay. So, shall we wind up? Okay. Thank you, Anisha, for your presentation.
Thank you, ma'am.
I thank all the presenters and for their presentations. It was equally good, and good luck to all of you. Thank you once again, and I would like to thank once again the organizing committee and the college for inviting me to chair the session as a judge, one of the judges. Thank you once again.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am.
Over to you, yeah, over to you, Anis.
Thank you, ma'am. I would like to thank all the oral. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. I would like to thank all the oral presenters under the theme of modern nutrition for their illuminating and wonderful presentations. We would like to express our sincere gratitude to Dr. Anita and Dr. Shweta for their great endorsement and accepting the honor to judge our today's oral presenters on the theme modern nutrition and making this session wonderful. I once again thank our judges for this session. Thank you, ma'am. We have now reached the end of A2 e-oral presentations, and I would like to wish all the oral presenters of yesterday's session and today's session all the very best, and fingers crossed for valedictory and prize distribution session, where the prize winners for e-oral presentations will be announced by our chief guest Dr. Sarla N, Director of Academics, Shri Devraj Aras Academy of Higher Education and Research, Kolar. I would like to request all the participants to stay connected for the valedictory session, which will begin at 3 o'clock today. We will now wind up the session for lunch break and see you all shortly in the valedictory prize distribution session. Thank you all.